Hi, I'm restarting because I made a tiny oopsie. Anyway. Yes, so let's start again. Hi, everybody. It's me, Luke Aurora, and I'm here with a brand new update for Punishing Gray Raven. It just came out today. I'm excited to see how this new story goes. I have some mixed feelings about the new frame. I don't know if I'm gonna roll for him, mainly just because the frame that's coming out in the next update is one that I definitely want. And since I'm free to play, I want to make sure that I'll still have enough resources to get the next frame when it comes out. But also, I don't hate how Watanabe looks in this new frame. So, actually, maybe I should just, get in and we can look at him together.
Please stay a little longer before daybreak arrives.
Okay, Liv. Okay. I also think I might just change what song I have playing on my menu screen, just because I worry, as much as I love that song, I worry that the lyrics make it a little hard to hear me when I talk. This one doesn't have any lyrics, so let's just go with this one for a bit. Okay. So, Watanabe's new frame. Here it is. Watanabe Epitaph. A frame independently developed by the Forsaken for tough battles, with a brand new design of the Mind Carrier module. Oh, he's got the dramatic wind behind him. That's fun. And as always, there's a couple different versions of how he looks that it's supposed to change kind of as you make the character stronger. It's pretty subtle most of the time. I mean, you can notice some of it, but anyway, yeah, I think he looks good in this. Oh, he's also got he's got this skin. I think I heard that this skin is free. Oh my god, it looks so nice. I hope I can at least get this skin, because I did hear that it's supposed to be free. Yeah, so this is him. He is a fire tank, and I'm still not quite sure if I'm gonna get him immediately. I'll probably get him down the line at the very least. I just don't know if I'm going to get him right now, right when he's come out. But yeah, he looks pretty nice, I think. And if I get the skin while it's free... Oh no, they had said that it's free with blueprints, which I guess still means it's free. But it's not that I'm going to get it as a reward for anything. But also, if it's free with blueprints, I think that means it'll be around forever. So I'll still have a chance to get it if I want it. I'm talking too much about this skin. Anyway, shall we get into the new story update, everybody? Because I think that could be fun. I mean, that's the whole reason we're here. So, the new main story chapter is called Aeon Reforged. And I don't really know much about what it's about. I know who the boss is. That's pretty much it. So, let's get into it. Ooh. Fun. Okay. Aeon Reforged. Also, I guess I'll preface this by saying I don't know if I'm going to play through the full chapter, because Punishing Gray Raven's story chapters, while very interesting, they've been getting a lot on the longer side. So I'm really wary of just how long this is gonna be. When I did Cradle Parade last time, I think it took me a combined total of 10 or 11 hours over 2 nights. I'm not gonna stream for 10 or 11 hours, not at this time of night. I mean, it's not that late, but like, if I streamed for 10 hours at this point, I'd be up until like 7 a.m. And I don't want that. And I don't think you want that either. So, should we get started? Funeral. We will not abandon any comrades. We will defend every inch of our land, and we will pass the flame of hope to everyone in need. Again, I really don't have any idea what's going on, so let's see. This is gonna be new for me as well as it is for you. Something's supposed to be happening. Do I have to... Okay, yeah. Today, we're gathered here to mourn someone important. He was my best student, everyone's reliable comrade, and the Forsaken's most trusted leader. Despite all our efforts, the 6-month search has brought no good news. All we found were wreckages and the remains of a few comrades. So it is with great regret that I must announce our leader, Watanabe, has left us forever. But our fight will not end here. The battle will continue, as it always does. When one person goes down, another will rise to take the torch until we achieve victory and reclaim what is ours. Under the monument, Ballard's solemn voice stirs the emotions of everyone present. I first met Watanabe during the Golden Age, before the punishing virus outbreak. He was just a child, an ordinary kid. I asked him what he wanted to become, and he said he hadn't decided yet, because he didn't know what the future held, or what he would be like when he grew up. When I met him again, he was not the same. He was no longer the boy from the Golden Age. He said that to overcome disasters and save others, he had to become a different person. I initially thought he had given up his original dreams, becoming a soldier, since his mother sacrificed herself and the punishing virus broke out. But I gradually realized that wasn't what he meant. Soldier, construct, leader? No. None of these were what Watanabe was talking about. He wanted to become a better person. The best person he could be. To become... The dark clouds are being torn apart by lightning, and rain pours down from the gap. The rain soaks everyone, drenching their clothes and hair. No one speaks, and no one leaves. To become someone who can speak for the unprivileged. To become someone who can protect the weak. To become someone who can fight against injustice. Watanabe sacrificed himself in the struggle. He became the person he wanted to be. The best person that exists. The thunder fails to drown out Ballard's powerful voice, and the anger in everyone's hearts cannot be extinguished by mere rain. Watanabe led us in this struggle. He brought us from having nothing to having everything. He brought justice back to this world and showed all survivors that this barren land isn't just about deceit, slaughter, and survival of the strongest. Mutual partnerships, love, and overcoming hardships together still shine brightly in these ruins. We will not abandon any comrades. We will defend every inch of our land, and we will pass the flame of hope to everyone in need. Did the deserters on Babylonia think that destroying Watanabe's body would extinguish this flame? Ballard clenches his fist and places it on his chest. They are wrong! This flame will not go out from any sacrifice. Every heroic soul will become the fuel that helps this fire burn brighter, to warm and awaken those being oppressed. Does Babylonia think suppressing us with force will quell the sparks of rebellion? They are wrong again. We have never feared spilling blood or sacrifice. So how can threats from deserters stop us from breaking free from our shackles? We respect those who fight, but Babylonia continues to oppress its warriors. Such an unpopular regime will never win. High up on the platform, Ballard's gaze sweeps over everyone present. Rebellion might mean death, but not rebelling means never having lived. We have liberated the area that rightfully belongs to the Forsaken. But why should we stop here? Look at this monument. During the Golden Age, it symbolized unity. Today, we return here to mourn our fallen leader and comrades. But is this what they need the most? No! The best way to honor them is to fulfill their dreams and to witness the future they wanted to see. Ballard raises his arm, shattering the falling raindrops. His passionate voice echoes across the memorial square. Comrades, oppressed souls are still waiting for liberation in the conservation areas. You know that not all Forsaken members are here today. Our trusted comrades are holding the front lines, guarding us against possible attacks. So today's memorial is not just a remembrance, but a rallying call for the future. Let us turn sacrifice into motivation to break the rotten, oppressive chains. Bring justice back to the world. Restore dignity to everyone. Remember, this struggle only has two outcomes for both sides: victory or death. If we must choose an outcome, then we will choose victory! Complete victory! 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 These are different voices of the Forsaken members. Oh my god, I'm so versatile. As Ballard's speech finishes, deafening cheers echo through the sky, shattering the dark clouds. Ballard looks up at the sky. The downpour continues, and looks like it's going to last a long time. This weather again. Oh, that yelling in that voice hurt my throat a bit. I'm definitely gonna need to keep practicing. World Government National Cemetery, 4 p.m. Suru, I'm here to see you again. The man places a bouquet in front of the tombstone. His light blue eyes reflect a figure that was no more. The tombstone is simple, with only the name, date of birth and death, and a short epitaph. She sleeps here along with the war, bringing peace as a gift to the world. Watanabe, give your mother a bouquet. Yes, Dad. The boy places a bouquet in front of the tombstone, and uses his handkerchief to wipe away the fallen leaves. Sheen and Watanabe, you're here. Looks like I'm late for once. A tall figure walks over from the other end of the path. For Watanabe, if he has to choose a person he trusts the most, excluding his often absent parents, it will undoubtedly be Ballard. Although sometimes he trained Watanabe with demands that seemed harsh for a child, Ballard's posture and aura are always what Watanabe aspires to. Uncle Ballard! Call me instructor. But today, I'll make an exception. Ballard places the bouquet in his hand in front of the tombstone, and only then does he notice the 3 other bouquets already there. This bouquet is... He looks at Shin with a questioning gaze. It's from Mr. Hans. The cemetery staff said he comes here every year, but he always avoids us. You and Suru were his most promising students. You also met Suru through him. Just before the war ended, there was a misjudgment that led to the annihilation of Suru's team. I fear that regret still haunts him to this day. That's war. Scars like these can't be healed by finding someone to blame. Only peace can mend the wounds torn open by war. I came to terms with it a long time ago. Hans... I suppose it's common for someone who has fought all their life. Fortunately, we've finally achieved peace. It'll give us the time to heal those wounds. Why do you look like you have something else to say? Actually... Wait. If it's classified information from your Security Intelligence Bureau, I don't want to hear it. It's not really classified. I mean, when Arnold had a shouting match with the president, everyone heard it, including the Environmental and Sanitation Department downstairs. Probably only space soldiers like you haven't heard about it yet. Ballard speaks in a rare tone of helplessness and frustration. You always talk about Lieutenant General Arnold like this. He's your superior, but it sounds like you don't respect him much. I admire his achievements in the Security Intelligence Bureau, but that's as far as it goes. Privately, I can't respect someone who opens surf strumming in the office, even if he explained later it was just a joke for Hans and President Trillard. Remember the 6th proposal for military expenditure reduction I mentioned to you last time? Although the Space Force's budget wasn't affected much, I heard the Army faced significant cuts. After the last revision of the Joint Charter, most countries relinquished a large portion of their military command. We no longer have external enemies on Earth to guard against, nor do we need to maintain so many national armies. Such proposals pass every year. Was there still opposition this year? More like it got heavily modified. In a sense, it can no longer be considered a military budget reductions proposal. President Trillard proposed a contract system in the Parliament, listing part of the armed forces as contractable units. If this proposal passes, those conglomerates and economic entities will be able to meddle in the world government's armed forces. Trillard, what exactly are you planning to do with this proposal? Hans? I thought you'd be visiting the cemetery today. I went earlier this morning, since the World Government Executive Meeting is happening this afternoon. Here, new glasses. I met your secretary on my way and brought them for you. The man in the commander uniform hands over the glasses. I needed these. He removes the old pair that is missing half of one lens. Whew. Didn't think much about it earlier. Now I can finally see the stairs clearly. Why did Arnold punch so hard even though we gave him a heads up? I even chose the executive meeting that he usually attends virtually. This time he showed up in person. Our director of the Security Intelligence Bureau is as sharp as ever. No wonder people call him the Hound. Wait, so does that mean that this guy, showed up at this meeting in person just to punch this guy in the face? Because if they said they told him before, and he normally only attends those meetings virtually, I feel like that means that he heard what they were gonna say at the meeting from them, didn't like it, and decided to show up just to punch him in the face. And I think that's kind of fun. Just doing it for the drama. Serves you right. You know exactly who Arnold despises the most. A bill so blatantly biased. You should be... Ooh, 1 second. You should be grateful that security reacted quickly, or else you'd have ended up with more damage than a pair of broken glasses. As the president, I can't appear on the morning news with bruises. I'll have to schedule an appointment with the medical consortium to reduce the swelling. Well, if you'll excuse me now. Hold it. Don't try to evade my question. There's no one else here. You can speak your mind, old fox. We've been working together since before the formation of the world government. I know what you put on paper is never what you really mean to do. Then why bother digging? Actually, we just need money. Lots of it. Trillard gives an awkward smile. To avoid further embarrassment, he turns to look at the huge statue built to commemorate the unification. Industrial stagnation, shaken beliefs, the quagmire of war. The appearance of any one of these would threaten the status quo. And the world government bears the load of the whole of humanity. Even the smallest crack could cause this dam to collapse. Dominic and the Science Council have solved the problem of belief. When the world's smartest minds gathered to create miracles for humanity, their proposed ideologies become deeply rooted, unshakable as steel. And through the military's peace operations over the past decade, extreme ideologies and extremists have lost their means and grounds for survival, freeing us from the quagmire of war. But Hans, while we've unified ideology and power, our resources have yet to be unified. The spherical sculpture reflects in Trillard's eyes. You can see his small figure on each reflective surface. In the monument beneath the sculpture, there is the names of every martyr who sacrificed for peace, along with an inscription at the base. A world for all. Most resources are still controlled by a minority, and these people won't be swayed by beliefs. They are like the fat dragons guarding treasures in night novels, sleeping on mountains of gold and agate, while worrying that we might one day break into their caves and plunder their treasures. But in fact, we can never use force against them. I figured that means you decided to trade with them. For their own good, they would sell the ropes they will use to hang themselves. If it's a grand gift, it naturally comes at a different price. You had the same expression as those corporate representatives when they heard your proposal. Only those who share their foul tastes can talk about these things. Dominic and his scientists stabilize the beliefs. You and your army resolve the wars, and as for the mundane matters of daily life, leave them to someone as ordinary as yours truly. Whether it's Project Zero Point Energy or Project Eden, it's hard to move forward when our resources are not unified. You're playing with fire. These people are just going to chuck their manners out the window once they're powerful enough to have what it takes to contend with the world government. But if I can use this fire to my advantage, then I can cook great stuff with it. And naturally, I know just what to do to not get burned. First of all, it's true that the Army has implemented a contract system, but recruitment and training qualifications are still in our hands, which ensures the scale of mercenaries won't go haywire. Unless they're willing to tread the fine line of the law, there's very few people inclined to choose a precarious life spent fighting in the shadows. Secondly, the contract system only applies to the Army and some of its equipment, confining their armed forces strictly to the land. Such a single force is insignificant under complete four-dimensional strike system of land, sea, air, and space. I'm sure they thought of this already, so what's the point of your proposal? And your containment plan only works under ideal conditions. There's an issue with the people carrying out your plan. Your plan would take a nosedive. I'm aware of that. This is never meant to be a long-term plan. And they didn't have us in mind when they decided to hire armed forces. When they realize they can't quickly resolve or corrupt the world government, they'll naturally turn their focus inward. When you get a bunch of fish trapped in a pond, they'll eventually either devour or invade one another. This is determined by their operational logic, not your will. During their internal conflicts, we can break free from Earth's gravity and organize colonization teams for other planets. It won't be long before the vast resources of space are within human reach. By then, what value will the coins they hold have? A rare trace of fanaticism appears on Trillard's face. He looks toward the sky, seemingly wanting to gaze through the clouds into the boundless stars. I see you're not satisfied with the fact that verification of Eden 1 is way ahead of schedule. Do you plan to complete both Project Zero Point Energy and Project Eden within your 10-year term? Come on, I'm anything but an overachiever. I see you're keeping a cool head there, which is great. That's why I'm aiming for re-election. Hans, no politician can refuse the achievement of leading humanity beyond Earth, and I'm no exception. Besides, I'm getting old. I want to elevate the world government's prestige to new heights, and perhaps leave a legacy in the annals of history. What a thing to say about someone as mediocre as me. I can assure you, though, that I'm not being entirely selfish here. I've always placed the world government above myself. There is one thing you fail to consider, though. What if they throw their coins away and choose to bet on space too? If they too set their sights on the cosmos, on the stars. Trillard turns around, the sunlight filtering through the spherical sculpture, landing on him. He spreads his arms as if to embrace the giant fireball in the sky, or the entire world before him. That'd make them like-minded people, no? What would I have to worry about then? I don't know what that guy's about, but I don't know if I like him. I don't know if I like him. Sheen and Ballard continue to discuss issues beyond his understanding, and the boy's thoughts begin to drift. There are no remains under his mother's tombstone. In that fierce assault, extremists used an unstable thermal cannon. The haywire explosion turned them and the government forces into ashes. In the 400-meter diameter crater, no traces of humans were found. Only molten iron and cooling, crystallizing rocks. The smoke from the explosion covered the entire city, taking a week to settle. Perhaps that was when the sacrificed truly returned to the soil. For humanity, it was the last day of war and chaos. But for the families of the sacrificed, it was their first day of grieving. Why? Why did Mom have to go on those missions when they were so dangerous? Watanabe didn't witness it firsthand. Through the gruesome photos and the repeated news broadcasts, he felt as though he could smell the gunpowder. And what the bodies must have been through when they blew up. It was the moment those people and his mother were frozen in death. Every time Watanabe thought of this, his stomach would spasm. This made him dizzy at the sight of injuries, because what he saw wasn't the fresh wound on his retina. That lingering illusion of death. Countless times, Watanabe questioned his mother, who was no longer there. The same question he never had the guts to ask his father, fearing it would only add to his grief. Ballard might be a good choice, but would it make him think I'm a wimp? The boy is unable to find the answer to his question, his heart heavy with worries and overthinking. I think a youngster Watanabe has never seen appears in sight. Because this was the responsibility she chose to shoulder. The youngster gently places a memorial bouquet in front of the tombstone and bows their head in silent tribute. Okay, so is this supposed to be me when I'm younger, or is this somebody else? Because I don't really know how old the player character, the Commandant, is supposed to be. The youngster appears to be a member of the military personnel, like Sheen, but they're wearing a completely different unicorn. Wait a minute, with all these distortions over here. Is this... like, is the Commandant inside Watanabe's mind? Responsibility, you said? What about her responsibility as a mother and wife? Watanabe is seeing the youngster for the first time, yet he's feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the young person. Watanabe knows he should be exercising his vigilance, and yet he finds himself asking this question that's been in the back of his mind. There are many soldiers in the world who can carry out missions, but to my father, he was his only wife. To me, she was my only mother. Did we really mean that little to her? She never ignored you. You were also the source of her faith. You will face the same choices in the future. My mother left nothing but an empty tombstone. I swear I'll never be like her. No, there's more to it than that. The sound of raindrops hitting the leaves interrupts the young soldier's next words. The rain comes without warning, weighing on the boy's heart. Watanabe, we need to go. His father's voice comes from somewhere nearby. Before Watanabe knows it, he and Ballard have already reached the cemetery's exit. All right. Watanabe takes off his coat to shield himself from the intensifying rain and jogs toward his father. He turns around and sees that the strange youngster has already moved to the next tombstone, offering another bouquet of flowers. Through the hazy rain, he vaguely makes out a symbol of a shield and a wing imprinted on the youngster's cloak. Yup, that's me! That's me! That's the Grey Raven symbol! Watanabe, let's get going already. Coming! The rain intensifies, forcing Watanabe to curl up entirely under his coat as he runs toward the exit. In the rain, the young officer's figure stands like a lighthouse at sea, surrounded by the tombstones forming a cluster of reefs. Lonely, yet resolute. Aeon Reforged, Chapter 27. Is that a 9 or a 4? 2,900 days until the punishing virus outbreak. I think that's a 9. It looked like a 9, right? Okay, so don't entirely know what's going on, but I do remember from a few chapters ago some of the... Oh my god, there's a fly. There's a fly. I don't like it. Oh. It's gonna be in my room with me this whole time now. I'm just gonna show up every now and again and remind me that it's here. Well, anyway, as I was saying, there was a thing in one of the past chapters where we overheard some of the Forsaken planning some kind of mutiny. So I'm pretty sure that's where this is coming into play. Also, I'm pretty sure Watanabe's not dead. Golden Age. Our next target is the stars. I forgot to read the description before I hit start. Anyway. Where do we go from here? It's something people never stop talking about, no matter the era. Where does life originate? How is consciousness born? What is at the end of the universe? And where does human civilization go? We should focus on the continuation and inheritance of civilization to enhance the advantages of the human race. Some want to follow biological instincts to keep passing on the will and life of the individual. Genes. The tiny differences in genes are what make us who we are. With molecular level manipulation, we can perfectly replicate the body 1-to-1. Next, as long as we concentrate funding and Gestalt computing power on the 100% replication of consciousness signals, we can achieve continuous rebirth. Imagine the day when humanity is free of aging and illness, never has to lose its leaders to the accidents and time, and our wisdom and experience will accumulate over time. Some want to break the shackles of the mortal body through self-modification. Earth is the cradle that breeds life. Life is born from the cradle, and the atmosphere protects us from cosmic radiation, with abundant organic matter to keep our cells from hunger. But what is the world beyond the cradle like? What will we rely on to face deadly cosmic rays, the vacuum, and ultra-low temperatures? Move the entire ecological cradle into the sky? That would be a lot of work. If we can't modify ourselves, humanity will never be able to sever the umbilical cord with its home planet. I'm not saying humanity shouldn't develop a space fleet. Just that we should modify ourselves first, before discussing the future. When empty talk turns into reality, people making decisions realize the immense pressure they face. After solving the practical issue of cold fusion and completing Gestalt construction, what should the next 10-year plan be? Gene correction? Human modification? Digital life? With limited resources in the home planet system, implementing all these plans simultaneously is clearly a pipe dream. Going forward, humanity must tread carefully. The clash of various thoughts, moral choices, and the entanglement of interests makes it difficult to reach a clear conclusion in this century-long debate. Until that person's lieutenant brought the theoretical report and construction plan to the World Government Conference. Zero-point reactor. Casimir effect. Quantum fluctuations. Ugh. I'm sick of these formulas. Trillard takes off his glasses and rubs his temples that were throbbing from the complex formulas. Faced with this document, which was more of an academic paper than a plan, Trillard decisively ignores the theoretical part and turns to the last page. Energy can be extracted from any point in space and converted into the form of energy needed. Upon reading this, Trillard's pupils dilate slightly. The possibilities this sentence hints at quickly flash through his mind. But as a politician, especially as the first president of the world government, he can't show any bias. He puts his glasses back on, masking his inner excitement with his usual mild demeanor. The application of zero-point energy. It sounds like fantasy, but there shouldn't be any doubt as to its authenticity, since Chief Technician Dominic was the one who proposed it. However, with our recent completion of the energy revolution and mastery of cold fusion, upgrading the energy industry might not be the most pressing issue for humanity. So, could you please explain the necessity of the project? Researcher Nithart? Nithart? Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this. Nithart? Let's go with Nithart. All eyes now turn to focus on the young woman at the podium. As opposed to the seasoned veterans present, she seems too young, almost naive. This is the first time they hear her name, but the person standing beside her is a luminary in human history that can't be overlooked. The legendary Dominic, who united the initially disparate scientists, who established the Science Council and led humanity out of the Great Depression. I think that's a different Great Depression than the one we know, because this takes place like in the future. I don't know how far in the future. Why would the chief technician, who never appeared in public, send such a young lieutenant to such an important meeting? Is there more to it than meets the eye here? Or is the chief grooming Nithart as a successor? In the silence, speculation brews. Trillard realizes that the researcher has been silent since submitting the proposal and hasn't answered the previous question. Researcher Nithart? Trillard calls her name again. Nithart looks up, apparently tired from lack of sleep. Have you finished reading the proposal? I thought it would take at least another half hour. With his sharp eyes, Hans notices that Nithart has turned off the alarm on her wrist terminal. It appears that she was trying to sneak in a nap while the council members read the proposal. I skipped the theoretical research part. I mean, I'm a politician, not a scientist. Now, let me ask this again. on behalf of the world government. What's the point of this 0-point energy that's mentioned in the proposal when we've just completed energy revolution and mastered cold fusion? The new decade-long project is to decide humanity's next step. If this proposal is just for show and doesn't bring us a substantial breakthrough and leap forward, then I'm afraid the world government has no reason to provide financial support. Might as well handhold her through convincing us. Hans, familiar with his old friend Frederick, shakes his head, knowing what Trillard is playing at. A decade. You probably only read the last page. The estimated time in the proposal is 20 years. 10 years would only be enough for validation. Ms. Neathart, this is no place for bad jokes. Validation is necessary. The results will determine whether humanity can use our current technology to build colony ships that travel faster than light. If validation fails, the only feasible part of this plan would be Project 0-Point Energy that you mentioned. This could provide humanity with an additional 70 trillion kilowatt hours of clean energy annually. But that's the most trivial benefit of Project 0-Point Energy. Its true significance lies in breaking the way we've been using energy since the Second Industrial Revolution. Neathart appears half asleep, but she is laser-sharp and focused when it comes to her field of expertise. Currently, no matter how we generate energy, we need to go through conversion before we can use it. We burn fossils for heat, we expand gases for power. Our methods of obtaining energy are changing, but the inefficient and wasteful conversion process has seen no breakthrough. Which is why Dawn 3 has only been able to reach 1% of light speed after prolonged acceleration, despite its cold fusion engine and load capacity. Crossing the Oort cloud alone would take generations, let alone exploring further into space. With 0-Point Energy, it's different. Its properties allow it to be collected and converted into any known form of energy simultaneously. This is written on page 36, line 57. Kind of reminds me of Electrope from Final Fantasy XIV. This means collection and conversion happen simultaneously, eliminating energy loss and conversion time, so we end up directly with the energy in the form we desire. Detailed explanations can be found on page 41, Formula 65. If the initial phase of validation is successful, that would put us one step closer to bringing colony ships with 0-Point engines to reality. Our ships could break the 10% light speed limit, and in the future, even surpass light speed. Please refer to pages 79 and 92 for details. That's about it. Any more questions? Well, you can probably find all the answers to your questions in the proposal, though. Seemingly exhausted from the presentation, Neathart props her chin with her palm, looking as though she might fall off the podium. I get it, girl. I hate presentations. No one in the room, however, calls her out on her behavior. Because they're all held spellbound with the idea of faster than light. The sound of tapping screens becomes the only melody that echoes through the room as everyone meticulously reads the sections Neathart pointed out. So are you saying we need to spend 10 years of resources just to validate a possibility? Moreover, the proposal mentions modifying the lunar base that's meant for starship production and assembly. We'd end up with nothing to show for the 10 years spent, and a significantly smaller fleet of starships if the project fails. With only the orbital spaceport's production capacity, we could only deliver 30 starships by the deadline, when we originally planned for 100, that is. No matter how grand this plan seems, putting all our eggs in one basket is not wise. A world for all. This is the world government's founding principle, lest we forget. While it's true that the Science Council has had many an epoch-making achievement, we can't bet 10 years' worth of humanity's time on a theory that even the Science Council is uncertain about. The Councilor's opposition is unmistakable, while the crowd, having calmed down from their fanaticism over faster than light, begins to discuss the pros and cons. Seeing Neithart still silent with her head down, the new counselor eagerly adds, "By comparison, I think Professor Godwin's comprehensive modification plan would be more solid." Found it. Excuse me, I'm still talking. First of all, I'm here as a researcher, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could address me as a researcher Neithart, like the President does. Secondly, the Chief mentioned that many members of the Science Council were too busy with research to attend the meeting, so they sent me this to express their stance. Now, this is what we call a petition, I presume? Neithart turns on her terminal and projects a short text onto the screen. The projection is simple, merely a request for the world government to support the zero-point energy reactor and subsequent research. What matters is the long list of signatures below. Konstantin Alexandrovich Korolev, initiator of the Project Orient and Project Interstellar Voyage, founder of modern starship design standards. William Leibowitz, founder of quantum computing process standards, builder of the foundational principles of Gestalt physics. Igor Nevelyevich Landau, polymath, designer of the first cold fusion reactor, discoverer of the universal superconducting crystal structure. Chief engineer of Gestalt, proposer of marine fish farming techniques, author of the Comprehensive Guide to Edible Fungi. And the last on this long list of signatures, Dominic, founder and chief technician of the Science Council, pioneer of Gestalt design theory, proposer of cold fusion theory and its practical application, creator of the first strong AI machine. This group of scientific elites that once led humanity out of the Great Depression has once again come together as one. Though some of them are now frail and confined to intensive care units, no one can ignore the weight of their words. For they were, and still are, humanity's beacons of hope. And when they united for a single cause, I'd say this is more of a... Right. Is the Science Council trying to coerce the world government into making a decision biased in your favor? The refined counselor slams the table, pointing at Neithart and angrily accusing her, seemingly about to curse. Bias? We seek nothing for ourselves. All this research will serve humanity. This petition is merely to voice the wishes of those researchers who can't be present today. Isn't this summit supposed to decide the future? Shouldn't we all be open to more opinions here? Most council members pale at what Neithart just said. They are either from entrenched families, complex interest groups, or emerging enterprises. They fought hard to earn their seats at this assembly, hoping to ride the wave of the times. Faced with this petition, where the list of signatures runs longer than the main text itself, their hidden agendas seem destined to crumble. Right then, someone bursts out laughing. This summit is indeed open to everyone's opinions, and I'm sure we've all taken your valuable suggestions to heart. If there are no further questions, let's proceed to the vote. This meeting is a turning point in the fate of any civilization, in which humanity chooses to spark their hope. I hereby announce, based on the decision of the 13th World Government Summit, that for the next decade, or rather, the next 20 years, Project Eden, proposed by the Science Council, will be our primary focus. May human civilization achieve greater glory. Our next target is the stars. Still unaware of the impending disaster, everyone cheers for a supposed grand future down the road. In the first year, Project Zero Point Energy, a sub-project of Project Eden, officially launches. Led by the Science Council, it aims to establish 5 experimental zero-point reactors worldwide to verify the reactor's reliability from multiple perspectives. In the second year, with support from Chillard and a few proponents, Project Eden makes significant headway. In the same year, sites for the construction of zero-point reactors are selected, and theoretical verification of the zero-point engine begins. In the third year, theoretical verification of the zero-point engine is completed, making the construction of engines using zero-point reactors theoretically possible. In the same year, construction of the prototype ship capable of carrying a zero-point engine, the Eden 1 colony ship, begins at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. That's a hard name. In the fourth year, the Eden 1 colony ship completes its full construction, followed by a year-long series of verifications. In the fifth year, Project Eden achieves significant breakthroughs. The Eden 1 interstellar colony ship completes the 32nd generation SES, Space Environment Simulator, verification at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, making permanent space residency and FTL travel a possibility for humanity. In the same year, the former Interstellar Navigation Project, Project Orient, was incorporated into Project Eden, occasionally shifting humanity's century-long goal from interstellar navigation to interstellar colonization. In the same year, the lunar base begins renovation to better research and assemble the second-generation interstellar colony ship, the Eden 2, equipped with a zero-point engine. In the same year, countries transfer the usage rights of spaceports and starships to the world government. Since then, the world government has gained control of all land, sea, air, and space military forces. The starship fleet is established, and large-scale recruitment for a space force begins. In the sixth year, the lunar renovation project is largely completed, with an additional zero-point engine test site. In the seventh year, Chillard proposes an army optimization reform plan at the world government's executive meeting, listing some personnel and equipment as hireable assets. Eventually, the Army Hiring Act passes by a narrow margin. At the end of the same year, thanks to the sizable funds generated by the Army Hiring Act, Project Eden once again makes significant headway. Thus, all preliminary work is completed, and Project Eden and its core project, Project Zero Point Energy, officially enter a prolonged construction phase. In the 10th year, due to significant contributions in medical consortium reform, the civilian application of Gestalt, educational promotion, and army reform, Chillard, supported by various factions, is successfully re-elected as the president of the world government. In the 14th year, Project Eden makes another breakthrough. The second-generation interstellar colony ship, Eden 2, is assembled at the lunar base. Equipped with a temporarily installed cold fusion engine, it successfully launches and enters a lunar synchronous orbit, awaiting the completion of the zero-point engine. In the same year, the Science Council announces that the first ignition of the zero-point reactor will take place within a year. Politicians, merchants, soldiers, scientists, engineers. Project Eden is suddenly the talk of the world. So much so that even children are talking about it based on what they see on the news. With all eyes upon it, Project Eden is now in its 14th year of implementation. It's also at this time that a certain young man celebrates his 18th birthday. Still not as sharp as could be. It's gotta be your hairstyle. Hair no longer than 3 millimeters. That's how a new recruit should look. No way. The hairband was lifted 2 years ago. We've been getting new recruits that look anything but since they put the contract system in place. The last time I visited the training base to see an old friend, I saw someone training with hair gel on. What a lack of discipline. Why are we still trying to keep that same hairstyle when functional armor is in such widespread use now? And why are you giving me this uniform ahead of time? Because I wanted to see it before I leave. Dad? You're back? Ever since joining the Space Force as a command officer, Sheen rarely came home. On top of that, their daily training, Space Force command officers, as a new unit, have to engage in endless simulated battles to develop tactics for this new battlefield in space. Most of them don't return to Earth for half a year, or even a year. Most of the time, brief conversations via satellite phone are the only interaction Sheen and Watanabe have. We still only have half a day like we usually do, but I'm not gonna complain. Ballard, thank you. Don't mention it. Kid is going to the Oasis squad, and I happen to know someone in there. I was a bit surprised that Watanabe decided to be a soldier, though. He did pass the test and all, but Ballard's gaze is sharp, in a caring sort of way. How's your hemophobia treatment coming along? You're not fully cured yet, no? Fear of blood? Ugh. That is something I have very badly. I hate blood so much. Sheen doesn't say anything, but through the way he looks he expresses the same concern as Ballard's. Well, I passed partially because they went easy with the recruitment criteria again this year. I mean, we're seeing fewer people these days joining the ground force to deal with terrorist remnants and drug traffickers. The contract system has a much lower standard, too. You're pretty much just there for show, so to speak. According to Gestalt's career recommendation, this happens to be the most suitable career for me, too. Ballard doesn't say anything more. Having been entrusted by Sheen to take care of Watanabe and train him according to his own habits, he knows that Watanabe indeed has what it takes to become a great soldier. This is probably also why Gestalt came up with the career recommendation for Watanabe. But in the Golden Age, people no longer need to rely on talent to prove their worth as they did before. People care more about interest, or what they want out of life, when deciding what to do down the road. Oh god, that sounds good. And this is clearly not an area where Gestalt, programmed to determine situations based on profit and loss, is able to provide advice. Son, it's not too late to call it quits now. Looking at his son, now as tall as himself, Sheen breaks the silence. You don't need to follow the same path your mother and I did. Ballard did tell me that you were gifted, but being gifted doesn't mean you have to let it dictate your future. talent sometimes comes with excessively high expectations. And when these expectations exceed your abilities, it often leads to devastating failure or unbearable pain. I don't want to see you end up cursing your own talent. Dad, are you talking about Mom? Sheen doesn't answer. Dad, I know I shouldn't make you worry, but I didn't accept Gestalt's career recommendation without thinking. Sheen looks at Watanabe with the same light blue eyes as his, as Sheen waits for Watanabe to continue. It takes long-lasting peace to heal the havoc wreaked by war. This is what you told me. I am not a witness to war. I am very grateful that I'm not. But this also means that I can't truly feel the difference between war and peace, like you and Uncle Ballard. And I will never understand why Mom chose duty over life. That was the belief that Mom left behind. Out of so many people in the world, why did it have to be her? I think you, Dad, understand Mom of all people. I trust that you can answer that question. But I think this wall of experience will always stand between us, no matter how hard you try to explain it to me. Which is why I figured that if I became a soldier, even just a mercenary, I'd come closer to understanding Mom. Only when I fully understand her choice will I be able to bid my last farewell. I want to face my wounds, so they're not overlooked and forgotten. Dad, this is my choice. He stood tall, unafraid of any well-meaning concern. Looks like I underestimated my own son. I was going to give you the second gift if you gave up. Now it seems unnecessary. Sheen takes out an antique lever-action shotgun. Its birchwood and gold inlays making it look like a piece of art. What's this writing on this? Watanabe takes the shotgun and sees a line of small text on it. Remember the past, but never forget the future. Even if you resolve to move past your wounds, never forget that they existed, and that you're doing this to move toward the future. I'll keep these words in the back of my mind. I wouldn't speak so fast if I were you, young one. Your current resolve is half-baked. When you can hold on to your beliefs in the face of a real crisis, that's when you're worthy of these words. Ballard gives Watanabe a pat on the shoulder. Sheen, on the other hand, breaks into a relieved smile, seeing Watanabe annoyed and about to argue. Little do they know, they will soon face a real challenge. 350 days until the punishing virus outbreak. Starting point. Okay, so I guess this is going to be our first, combat level. Will I be... Okay, so I'm wondering if I'll be playing it... I probably won't be playing as Epitaph in this. I imagine I'll probably end up playing as, Nightblade, probably. But, let's see. 1 second, sorry. Oh, there's two. Why are there two Watanabes? Okay. This has to mean something I just don't get yet, right? Okay. Let's go. 2 Watanabes. Anyone who has turned 18 and has no major criminal record can make friends with people using Gestalt's matching system. In a society increasingly connected through communication rather than personal relation... Oh, wait. I wasn't doing a voice. I was just reading. In a society increasingly connected through communication rather than personal relationships, Providing convenience for citizens to communicate is our duty. Isn't it our job to bridge gaps for strangers so they can break out of their old circles? Says Trillard, who has been actively promoting civilian use of certain Gestalt functions. Gestalt's matching system, huh? Watanabe was going to turn down this offer, being one of those who aren't entirely familiar with breaking out of their old circles to make friends with complete strangers. Establishing one's identity before communication is a deeply ingrained habit since primitive times and isn't easy to break. Might as well try. Not bad if you end up with a couple of new friends, no? I mean, none of your friends from school or the racing club chose to become soldiers, did they? How did you know? I didn't even know your life was so rich until Ballard told me. Did you look into me? Watanabe looks at Ballard in disbelief. Occupational habits, and you didn't exactly hide it. You never told me any of this, so I was actually quite surprised when I first learned about these things. I'm just glad you didn't turn into one of those people who shave both sides of their head, paint their eyes black, and wear clothes that look splattered with paint. What? He doesn't like punk? That's punk, right? I mean, I guess there's a few different styles. That's quite a huge mix of several generations worth of stereotypes right there. But you'll definitely need friends if you're trying to go down this path of your own choosing. Which is why you want to give the Gestalt matching system a try. Just give it a shot. Through his terminal, Watanabe accesses the matching system in a breeze. Dear citizen, hello and welcome to the Gestalt matching system. You are exercising your legal rights under Chapter 3, Article 291 of the Citizen Welfare Act. Please read the following terms and proceed after confirmation. Watanabe quickly scrolls through the long privacy terms and usage rules and presses confirm. Sometimes I wonder if there's something nefarious in those. Retrieving citizen database. This will take a few moments. Confirming information. Matching. Before the AI says another word, Watanabe interrupts it with the confirm button. Matching complete. Would you like to enable privacy mode? Sure. Since I'll be interacting with strangers, no? Understood. Privacy mode enabled. Thank you for using the Gestalt matching system. Enjoy yourself. After a brief system tone, a greeting comes through the speaker. Hello? Can you hear me? "5 days have passed since Watanabe's birthday, and he's ready to head to the Oasis New Recruit training camp. It's a series of modern training camps in the desert, and Watanabe is heading to the second squad. Sorry, I can't see you off. It's okay, Dad. I'm not going to kindergarten. Seeing family members off to the military has always been a long-standing tradition in the family. I believe you have what it takes to cope with whatever comes your way, but I'll still be blessing you from above." Never thought I'd hear something so sappy coming from you, Dad. I'll just chalk this up to you being sentimental out in space. Wait for my good news. Yeah. After ending the satellite call, Watanabe is about to put his suitcase on the luggage rack, and someone beside him lends a hand. Thanks. You're welcome. The person sits back in their seat. The person looks familiar, but Watanabe can't seem to recall who they are, no matter how hard he tries. Are you reporting for duty at the Oasis too? While the person seems young, they seem well trained. Well trained by Ballard himself, Watanabe senses the same aura in the way this person carries themselves. Yes, well, sort of. I mean, I'm actually on my way there to see someone. Why do I have to deal with this on my first day? Watanabe's brief encounter with the stranger doesn't make a significant impression on him, but what happens after he arrives at the camp is enough to mark the day as unusual. Enough with your BS! Either you get in the simulation pod yourself or I'll tie you up and put you in. I'll write a report, worst comes to worst. No one bothers reading those things anyway, though, so I usually just ask my lieutenant to write them. I see Ballard trained you for 8 years, huh? Wanna show me what you got? Combat! Yeah! Okay, let's do it. Oh.
Good luck, rookie.
Eh? Okay, so it's a simulated battle. Oh, that's kind of fun. So this is the virtual training space. Everything's so blurry. Forget it. Make it quick. This is weird. Oh. They've never done this before. Too slow. Did you fall asleep on the way? I just wanted to give you more time to warm up. Good boy. I like how arrogant you are. Take this. Oh, that's quick. Show me what you've got.
You'll regret it. Managing to tag me. Not bad.
Playing through this filter is weird. Nice, I'm impressed.
Cheap trick.
Lose if I don't get serious. Unknown voice, no response. What was that? Deep dive. Watanabe! What's it?
You'll regret making an enemy.
Keep going.
The will of the blade will
What is
tear
it?
everything apart.
Oh. What is going on? Instructor in me? When is it? What? Sneak attack? System logout. Didn't work.
Don't worry about me.
Damn it.
More than ready. Hard work pays off.
God, having to fight yourself is hard.
I no longer fear death. Never challenge our own. Of an unwavering will.
I practiced using Watanabe a little bit already.
Pave the way forward.
I'm still definitely not an expert.
I no longer.
Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that.
Never.
Or maybe it doesn't matter that much.
Don't worry about me. Never give up. Don't worry about me. Give up. Pave the way forward.
Did I do it? What? What was that?
His mind is reacting. Keep it going. Enhance the connection. Hey! How are you holding up? It's not working. This is taking too long. Let's disconnect for now.
Hey, rookie. Even in complete darkness now, Watanabe can see the world around him shaking violently. Finding himself once again in touch with reality, he feels a burning pain. He never knew that injuries sustained in simulation could hurt so much coming back to the real world. But he recalls that he was hurt worse than just his face. Wait a second. What are you trying to do? Whoever that's speaking now sounds shocked. Watanabe recognizes this voice. I'm going to give it another try, since I figured I didn't go hard enough just now. I'll go get the medic now. Don't hurt him any more than you have before the doctor gets here. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Hey! Glad to see you awake. Right then, Watanabe sees the instructor's big face, muscular arms, and his half-raised hand. What are you doing? I was trying to wake you up, since you were out cold. Well, this is kind of an old method if you ask me. Is that why I'm feeling this burning pain in my face? At least it worked wonders. By the way, kid, you fight well, I'll give you that. But you need to work on your willpower. I see you can't stand the sight of blood. I didn't say a thing when I got hit, but you passed out just like that, son. I passed out? But I remember being the last one standing. Watanabe feels as though he's been whacked in the head by a sledgehammer, erasing what little was left of his vague memories. He now recalls that he did indeed pass out at the sight of blood. Is your head okay? The instructor taps Watanabe's forehead with his knuckles, like a squirrel checking to see if an acorn is ripe. I'm fine. So what do we make of this match? Well, I wouldn't feel a damn thing even if we counted as my win. How about another round? This time I'll enable a peaceful filter. Nope. Let's just call it your win, says Watanabe decisively. Getting dragged into a senseless duel on his first day gave him a real taste of the lack of discipline and moral decay that Ballard always talks about. Here we are. After riding through the bumpy roads for hours on end, Watanabe steps off the off-road vehicle transporting new recruits. So this is where it all begins. Recalling his resolution, the promise to his father, and the belief he set out to find. all worked up, Watanabe is feeling as unsettled as the dust swirling around him. You're Watanabe, right? However, his ambitious thoughts are soon interrupted by an arm wrapping around him from behind. Come on, let me take you to the simulation pods. Let go! Who the hell are you? I'm in charge of this training camp, so you better start behaving yourself real well, son. Watanabe tries to break free, but finds himself unable to break out of the grapple he's being locked in, having no choice but to allow himself to be dragged into the simulation pod room. Giving up already? Are you really one of Ballard's soldiers? Is this how he trained you? First of all, he told me to always keep a cool head no matter how good I am. Secondly, I'm not one of his soldiers, but I presume you know him quite well since you just brought him up. Of course, The medic is here. I heard someone passed out in a simulation pod and needs help with the swelling. When the medic looks at the instructor and Watanabe, he immediately knows what's going on. Instructor Backhouse, I thought I've warned you more than once not to let the new recruits enter the simulation pods before undergoing adaptive training. Well, see, kids these days like to play those VR or AR things, right? I thought our simulation pods were kind of like that. And this boy should have gotten used to it by now. Fine, it won't happen again. Seeing the medic's increasingly grim face, the muscular man quickly changes his tone. Forget it. What's the rookie's name? Let's register him first. Watanabe. Watanabe? Watanabe only recalls who the rookie next to himself is when he says Watanabe's name. I know who that is. This is Watanabe's old, best friend. Well, I guess new best friend in this case. But, a long, long time ago when the game first came out, I did Watanabe's interlude, his backstory. And this guy, Bruce, was his friend, and he died around when the punishing virus broke out. Bruce? Hello, can you hear me? My name is Bruce from Islay Islands. I'm Watanabe from Beirut. Small world. You know each other? Well, I guess the algorithm probably matched us, thinking we'd end up in the same training camp. Well, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Backhouse, Chief Instructor of the 2nd Squad at Oasis Training Camp. You can just call me Instructor. He turns to look at Watanabe. How's the uniform Ballard took from me earlier? Does it fit? Okay. That was weird. Obviously, this is some sort of, deep mind dream that Watanabe is having. And I'm pretty sure the Commandant is, trying to reach him. But there are things I'm still unsure about, Watanabe Epitaph appeared there, asked when it was. So is that version of him lucid? Is that a separate version of him? Or a separate entity than his reconstructed memory self? Or is he reliving the memories as himself and having moments of lucidity? Anyway, Cross. They're sure that new miracles are down the road when humans enter a new interstellar domain. Oh, it didn't update us on the time until the outbreak, either. But since it said it was 5 days after his birthday, and his birthday was 350 days before the outbreak, it was 345 days until the outbreak in the last chapter. Ballard is now the only one still standing in the once crowded square. Oh, so are we back to the present now? Having listened to Watanabe's eulogy and Ballard's awakening declaration, the soldiers returned to their posts. waiting for the signal fire to burn. Ballard places his hand on the monument that's been through the erosion of rain and time, and wipes the dust away. No matter how sturdy the material, neglected engravings will gradually blur and grow weathered. Just how many people still remember the names on this monument? Disaster and oblivion have turned them into ignorable dust. It won't be long now. Ballard whispers, his gaze following his fingers as they trace the weathered monument, as if seeing the past through the years. His gaze finally stops at the base of the monument, where a short inscription has once been, now rusted beyond recognition. World. What wasn't it a world for all? Now it just says world. It won't be long before those deserters face the consequences they deserve. You want me to step down now? This isn't just some ordinary hacker attack or terrorist incident. It's something far more unimaginable. Those rioting machines are too dangerous. Military-grade functional armor will only become your iron coffin given the circumstances. How are humans supposed to fight a steel torrent? Listen to me and step down already. You're already retired. There's no need for you to put your life on the line. Think about your daughter, for God's sake. I told you those metal clunks are unreliable. We only have ourselves to count on at the end of the day, but the boys are just too young to see that. The muscular man on the other side of the line slaps his thigh and says proudly, "Backhouse. This isn't some sort of joke." Never thought it was. I mean, the rookies we get these days never waste their time labeling me as old and outdated. I'm not talking about training right now. These young souls barely just grew out of fighting in armor, and you're trying to put them in the initial battles already? Backhouse's smile fades as he touches the white stubble that's starting to show from lack of grooming. The world government still hasn't figured out who or what the enemy is, right? The Science Council and the Cosmos Technicians Union have been analyzing it 24/7. Results should come out soon. I don't know much about science, but one thing is clear to me. Those haywire machines can't be left unchecked. Whether it's providing analyzable samples for those lab coats or protecting civilians, it requires people. That's what the regular ground force are for. There, I thought the young ones were most dependent on medical pods and functional armor. I train these kids, and I know them better than anyone else does. This isn't your responsibility. Backhouse waves his hand, cutting Ballard short. I know what you want to say. And before this old soldier falls completely out of sync with the times, let me just do a few more things. What exactly is it that you think you can do, though? Times have changed. You don't even recognize all those haywire military machines. We old soldiers have always done one thing on the battlefield: buying time and space for those who come after us. You're right. We're almost out of sync with the times, which is why it should be us who go at a time like this. The future belongs to the young. As veterans, we have to buy time for the new recruits to grow. And you've never seen veterans hide behind rookies, have you? Ballard is about to say something when a new message stops him short. I gotta go meet up with some of my longtime comrades. Ciao! Oh, and here's one thing before I go. The kid you sent over is indeed promising. I lost the bet this time. But you probably won't get a chance to take my cigars. I was hoping to see you embarrassed. What a shame that you don't have your video on. Backhouse. Backhouse! When Ballard hears about Backhouse again, his name is nothing more than an inconspicuous line of words swimming in a sea of countless frontline reports. Former Unity Hero Medal recipient and Oasis Squad's second squad instructor Backhouse passed in the Northern Plains defense battle. Instructor. So, what's happening now? We printed new flyers and are distributing them to camps in all districts. We should be able to see how that goes within a week. But there are still many who can't believe that Boss is dead. Calls to avoid direct conflict with Babylonia have decreased significantly compared to 6 months ago, but haven't completely disappeared. Many of them are veterans who have been around Boss for a long time, and their influence shouldn't be overlooked. We won't give up searching for Watanabe. Sometimes we do have to prepare ourselves for the worst-case scenario. Protect what you can see first, then consider what lies beyond. This is the Forsaken's promise to everyone, and I believe Watanabe would have done the same had he been in my shoes. So, what should we do next? Continue with the plan. Our morale is at an all-time low now, and I wouldn't put it past our enemy to take advantage of the situation to manipulate public opinion against us. Notify all units to be careful around those spreading doubt and undermining our morale. Roger that. And what do we do with the Loyalists? I'll personally talk to them. It's normal to have differing opinions, and sometimes it's best to address things directly. However, an army can only follow one command strategy. Ballard descends the stairs. The clouds have grown thicker, apparently threatening to block the sunlight forever. The sun is brutal. Can't take it. With the air distorted by the heat waves, a squad of fully armed soldiers trudges through the 70-degree stand. It's so hot. I can barely breathe. Physically, Albert, with his green hair, is the worst in the group, lagging behind and barely keeping up. Hang in there, I'll help lighten your load. Bruce from Islay Islands, known for his good heart and knack for boosting morale, never hesitates to lend a helping hand. Even when his own clothes are soaked with sweat to the point of forming white salt stains. Bruce, don't push it. You don't want to pass out cold in the desert. The sand can burn you to the bone faster than you can scream. Coates, also from Islay Islands, seems to have known Bruce since childhood, always telling him not to overexert himself. 3 kilometers left. The last to speak is Garza, a quiet man. Over the past few days, Watanabe learned that Garza loved mint tea, a specialty of his hometown. I can't do this anymore. Albert. Jesus. Can't you be a little more gentle here, Bruce? Watanabe quickly throws himself under Albert as a cushion to keep him from falling into the sand dunes. And with it, he gets a real taste of what Coates meant when he said the sand can burn you to the bone faster than you can scream. But I was being gentle already. You should be thankful I know old-fashioned wound treatment and bandaging. Our rules strictly prohibit using medical pods. In the past 11 months, Backhouse rarely followed the manual to train the squad's mental endurance for controlling military functional armor. Their schedule was packed with endless drills, combat, and shooting practice. Man, Backhouse really needs to back up his game and up his game and keep up with the times. Don't even get me started with the training conditions. Who in the world still does physical training these days? And he wouldn't even let me use the medical pods when we're hurt. How did he put it again? When you're in dire danger, you have no one else to count on but yourself. This was the first thing Backhouse said when the remaining 3 carried 2 injured comrades to the field base, requesting to use the medical pods. I'm sure he has his reasons, so stop complaining. Alright, now that's taken care of. By the way, training's almost over, and then it's off to our units. Yeah. Did you change your mind? Or are you still thinking about joining Ground Force to die on the front lines? After nearly 11 months together, these young men have all learned about what they each wanted to do. Albert, Garza, and Watanabe chose to be mercenaries, while Bruce and Coates chose Ground Force. Bruce once applied for the Air Force for further training, but was repeatedly rejected due to his performance in the balance tests. Bruce never told anyone why he made that decision, though Coates, who also came from Islay Islands, seemed to know something. Watanabe never pries to things people don't want to share. Going to the front lines isn't about dying. It's about preventing more death. Enough about me. What about you? I'm going to be a mercenary once training ends. I'll probably end up as a bodyguard for some rich people. His voice is tinged with self-mockery. Being wealthy and free, huh? Exactly. Money and survival. That's what humans live for. Here I thought it was because you couldn't stand the sight of too much blood. Don't you get sick when you do? Just as Bruce has his undisclosed reasons, Watanabe also keeps his own secrets. Are you too kind? Or are you just a chicken? Just not used to it. Once I'm on the battlefield, I'll be fine. During a time as peaceful as this, Watanabe can't seem to find the answers he seeks. I'll look forward to that day then. Commandant, I'll need you to review this proposal to modify the starship with a zero-point engine. Since it's top secret, it wasn't sent through the terminal. Sheen takes the thick stack of documents. Yep. Oh, so Sheen is a commandant. I thought they were talking to me. I thought we were back in the present, maybe, or something. No, okay. And starts flipping through it while raising a question. I thought the first ignition test for Reactor 1 was scheduled for next month. Are you sure we aren't submitting this proposal a little too early? The engineering team seems confident in the project's success. If it weren't for the spaceport's no-alcohol policy, they might have started celebrating with champagne when the reactor was completed last month. Oh, speaking of which, please deal with the crew members who smuggled vodka onto the starship as soon as possible. I thought it was dealt with last week. They busted a few more with distilled vodka this time. I'll handle it later. What's the engineering team's reason for wanting to start the modification so early? They claim that adding the zero-point engine's output port isn't a big project. With the Eden 2 blueprints as reference, everything can be modeled after that colonial ship. Since a starship built for defense is structurally simpler than one for pioneering, this modification will be even easier. Well, most likely just don't want to fall too far behind Eden 2. I mean, they see themselves as the pioneers of space travel. I bet they still have quite some pent-up frustration, as much as they're convinced by the design of Eden 2. And because of that, I can't approve this proposal. So are we just going to reject it? However, considering the starship fleet will be responsible for guarding Eden 2, I will present this modification plan at the next general meeting. They'll be happy to hear this news. Tell them not to celebrate just yet, because the fleet isn't going to be modified entirely overnight. Also, here's the new disciplinary notice you mentioned earlier. Take it and confine the repeat offenders. Roger that. After the lieutenant leaves, Sheen looks at the porthole. Floating before him is the Great Wall of Space built by humans, an 18,750-kilometer-long spaceport around the orbit. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, technicians, and logistics personnel moving back and forth on the spaceport, maintaining and upgrading 30 starships. In the lower orbit are multifunctional satellites, 240 in total, serving as humanity's eyes, ears, and mouths, relaying quintillions of information, establishing a connection between space and Earth. These satellites, spaceports, and starships form a ring, keeping the mother planet within humanity's grasp. The mother planet was once both a cradle and a cage for humanity, binding everyone to the ground within gravity and the ecosystem. But humanity is about to conquer it. Humanity's current achievements are just the prelude to zero-point energy. International Space Station. Hey, what you looking at, tall guy? Is that kind of like a good sound for what this thing might be making? Also, my mic sometimes doesn't pick me up when my voice gets really high, so I don't even know if you hear that, but if you do... The tall, fully armed soldier is taken by surprise when spoken to. Jada can't see the soldier's face under his helmet, but the drone by his side faithfully displays his reaction. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. The researchers at the space station are already used to how quiet he is, relying on his drone to communicate. After years of working together, the researchers already know him so well that they understand what he means with a single facial expression. Who's under the armor? Who's under the armor? I don't know. Maybe I can look at my OBS and see if it does pick me up when I make that noise. Yeah! Wahoo! Yeah! That's what I think that sounds like. Yeah! You really gotta stop facing out. You'd have been in deep trouble if it were the security chief. Hey, tall guy. I see it's your turn to guard this place again today? Aye. Passing researcher gives him a high five. Technically, the International Space Station doesn't need security personnel, which is why the entire security department consists of only 3 people. Besides security, they also handle sanitation, transportation, and other miscellaneous tasks. There isn't much to do, and with his naturally friendly personality, Tall Guy quickly became acquainted with all the researchers, becoming something of a mascot. You seem to like this spot by the porthole. Is it because you can see the spaceport? What? Do you find the space station too boring and want to apply to be a Starship crew member? Ah! Alright, stop teasing him. Tall guy, we're heading to the lab. We should have lunch together. After the two leave, the unnamed soldier looks at the porthole again. He isn't actually looking at the starships or the spaceport, but at space itself. The girl who once described spacewalking to him had said this: "It's like floating in water, but without the omnipresent pressure squeezing your body and organs. Carefree, unrestrained." He wonders what that really feels like, and whether he'd ever get a chance to experience it. Hmm. 700 meters underground in the Science Council. Gestalt's dim blue light shines on Neithart's face. Each flicker of light is a quintillion calculations done. Done. The last character entered. Gestalt completes another self-check. Let's see. Half an hour to go. I think I'll just rest here for a while. Leaning against a nearby table, Neithart looks up at this brain of the Golden Age. This massive quantum computer integrates almost all of humanity's knowledge and information. From starship blueprints to solutions for the chicken and rabbit puzzle, all of human civilization's wisdom is stored in one place. Supported by its immense computing power, the operations of the Golden Age society became orderly. From the construction of zero-point reactors to birthday greetings for citizens, Gestalt can be seen supporting all social operational mechanisms. Which is why people also call it a miracle of humanity. Now, with its powerful computing power, Project Zero-Point Energy is about to leap from paper to reality. Its title would soon become Humanity's First Miracle. Yeah, that's totally what's about to happen. The researchers, however, don't think that Gestalt will hold this title permanently, because they're sure that new miracles are down the road when humans enter a new interstellar domain. Better check it again. Neithart turns off the alarm she set and stands up again. The dim blue light flashes once more, illuminating the deep well entirely. "20 days until the punishing virus outbreak." Yeah, they're all like, wow, humanity, our miracles, things are gonna be so good. And like, I'm not saying that's bad for them. I love that for them, actually. It's just that I have hindsight telling me that they're wrong. All right, 1 second. I just gotta do something very quickly. Now, there, that's it. Now, back to the game. Before the outbreak, to tomorrow. You rascals! Better not disgrace me in your new units. I can't breathe. Bruce, move over a bit. You're asking for the impossible. Damn. Push him away. Just how strong is this guy exactly? I stopped struggling a while ago. On the training ground, Backhouse wraps his muscular arms around the 5 of them, hugging them tightly. 5 heads of different colors are squeezed together like the folds on a bun, each showing varying degrees of pain. Today marks the last day of training for Watanabe and his team. Their year-long training at the camp has come to an end, and it's time for everyone to part ways. All right, for this memorable last day, I'm heading to HQ to get you all something special. Just before Albert passes out, Backhouse lets go of his arm and vanishes in a flash. I thought I was gonna die. Here, have some mint tea. Thank you. Albert accepts the canteen from Garza, while Bruce pats his back to help him catch his breath. With that green hair, you might have a hard time catching the eyes of those rich folks. It's not too late to switch careers. Coates sounds harsh, but sincere. No, like you and Bruce, I'm preparing to join the ground force. Huh? The regular army is 100 times tougher than the mercenaries. Plus, there's the elimination process. Oh wait, that was the wrong voice. I'm serious. But you're just barely getting by the way you are. Albert takes a big gulp of mint tea and lets out a deep breath. Backhouse is quite the maverick and places a strong emphasis on how we do the physical tests. When most of the regular army cares more about whether we know how to operate the military functional armor. With it, they all turn to look at the warehouse where the functional armor is stored. Thin layer of sand is accumulated in front of the door, sign that it hasn't been opened for quite some time. Actually, it's Backhouse that gave me this piece of advice. He's not exactly a big fan of functional armor, but he gave me this piece of advice anyway when he noticed how tough my neural resilience is. I know how much I suck. House never gave up on me. It even made life easier for me. You guys better not tell him what I just said, because he made it clear that he didn't want me to bring up the special treatment to anyone. Why are y'all looking at me like that? He told you to. I take it that he said the same thing to you guys too? Was it just 2 days ago? Yep, verbatim. Wait. Watanabe places a hand on Albert's shoulder and says earnestly, Greenhead, Backhouse doesn't dole out special treatment to just anyone. He only does it with his subordinates. He suggested I apply for the Navy. Garza speaks in a muffled voice before adding a remark. Interesting how he thought I could live out at sea, but he's only seen me living in this desert. His advice to me was similar. 2 days ago, he approached me and asked if I wanted to try applying for the Air Force. He said there's generally no chance of seeing blood, except I think that statement is probably only half true. Bruce, what about you? Bruce hesitates for a few seconds before he speaks. He said I'd fare just fine going anywhere except for the Air Force. Bruce breaks into a wry smile. Bruce. I didn't mean to do that. With it, the air seems to grow heavy, because they all know how badly Bruce wants to get into the Air Force. Only Bruce himself and Coates, however, know what's driving Bruce's obsession. Piece of advice is nothing more than a piece of advice, though. Nobody says you need to do as told. You have to walk your own path. What Backhouse said makes a lot of sense, though. I'll give it some serious thoughts. I'll go pack my things first. After Bruce leaves, the remaining three turn to look at Coates. Don't look at me like that. There are some things I can't explain. Ask Bruce yourselves if you're that curious. How did you know I was here? Hearing footsteps behind him, Bruce asks without turning around. There aren't many places around here for sightseeing, so it wasn't hard to find you. Oh, and Coates saw you heading this way, of course. I see you picked up Backhouse's sense of humor there. Well, he's not back yet and can't hear us. So, did you find it funny? The fact that you tried to tell a joke is more amusing. Then I won't tell any more jokes going forward. Watanabe sits down next to Bruce and hands him another canteen. Here, Garza's mint tea. I'll have to thank him when we get back. Bruce opens the canteen, and the rising steam carries the fresh scent of mint right into the night sky. You're welcome. Garza told me to say that because he knew you'd thank him. Yes, I did ruin the fun for you guys back there, huh? Bruce smiles self-deprecatingly. Yeah, Greenhead thinks it's all because he started it, and he feels too guilty to come find you. I really tried to talk him out of it. So, Watanabe, why did you come here? Bruce sets down the canteen and looks up at the sky. Just here to give you the tea. Whether I stay or not is up to you. Let me tell you a story. I had this friend who... Silence falls over the conversation. You know what? Forget it. At this point, there's no need to hide anything. Bruce looks embarrassed, which is really uncommon. Watanabe, you find someone a coward for taking the same path their parents did? What was the belief that Mom left behind? There's so many people in the world, why did it have to be her? I think you, Dad, understand Mom of all people, and I trust that you can answer that question. But I think this wall of experience will always stand between us, no matter how hard you try to explain it to me. Which is why I figured that if I became a soldier, even just a mercenary, I'd come closer to understanding Mom. I think there's no right or wrong in pursuing something. It's just a process, not the end goal. Have you heard of this story where there's a bunch of monkeys trying to scoop up the moon from the water? You mean the story where the monkeys form a ladder up a tree with their bodies and try to scoop the moon's reflection out of the water? There was 7 or 8 monkeys, whether it was a well or a puddle. Can't remember. I don't remember if there are 7 or 8, but the point is that they end up with nothing. It makes sense that those monkeys end up with nothing when they never have what it takes to get the real moon. Do you think you're one of those monkeys? Well, I suppose you know what this moon I'm chasing is, right? I'm trying to go down the same path my dad went down. He was an ace pilot. I've admired him since I was a child and aspired to be like him. I'm not one of those kids who think they just have to do something to outshine their dads. They think their dads are such hotshots. I mean, I do want to be greater than my dad too, but it's just because I want to be great. He told me what it feels like to soar through the sky, and I want to get a taste of what that feels like too. I want to make him proud. But you know, I don't have the talent. No matter how much I train, I've never gotten my sense of balance up to snuff. And it dawned on me quite a while ago that I just didn't have what it takes. And my dad stopped teaching me maneuvers and techniques so I wouldn't get overstressed. So I kept asking myself if he'd given up on me. If I should just give up. He reached out his hand, as if trying to grasp the bright moon in the sky. But I guess it's all starting to make sense now. Why am I wasting time trying to scoop up the moon from the water when I know it's mission impossible? The two fall silent, taking their time to digest those words. They might have come from different backgrounds, but right at this moment, find themselves in such similar circumstances. One of them tries to go down the same path his father did, knowing full well that he doesn't have the talent it takes. While the other tries to understand his mother's will, which he finds difficult living in a world so peaceful. Could it be that Bruce is right, for thinking that they're going nowhere? Even if you resolve to move past your wounds, never forget they existed, and that you're doing this to move toward the future. Watanabe suddenly recalls what his father said on his birthday. He didn't quite understand what his father meant then. Seeing Bruce struggling now, Watanabe seems to have reached a eureka moment all of a sudden. He looks at the moon in the sky. No matter where you are, it always shines equally into the eyes of those who gaze upon it. Well, I really say you don't have a point there. Oh, you honest son of a... But I don't think you're wrong for wanting to go down that path. For wanting to pursue that light, that is. Watanabe strings his thoughts into words, trying to get his message across. We chase the moon in the water because it is beautiful in itself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get closer to it. That sounds like someone would say to themselves when they just don't have what it takes to get what they want. Well... He raises his fist, as if capturing the moon in the sky. I don't think you need to have an end goal in sight when you try to pursue the moon. As his fist opens, the moonlight, which he was blocking with his hand, shines into his eyes through his fingers. It'll always be there, whether you try to pursue it or not. Never lost, never hidden, and always shining. If the moon in the water is a reflection of its light, that means this light that shines upon us now is the very same moonlight, no? As long as you don't turn away and walk into the darkness, then no matter what we do, we'll always be in its light. Watanabe finally sees that his mother has left behind more than just epitaphs and deeds. In the cemetery where she rests in peace, her steadfast belief echoes through. And when Watanabe overcame his fears and chose to join the military, that belief was passed down. He now sees that he doesn't need to be in his mother's shoes to understand her, nor does he need to arrive at the same end she did, so long as he keeps his head straight and keeps heading down the same path. You're only saying these things because you've owned up to the failure that you were. It's just hard to let something go when you've become too invested in it. I really need to learn from you as far as that goes. He closes his eyes and remains silent for a moment, struggling internally. But I'll give it a try. I'll start by talking to my father again. Thank you, Watanabe. I was gonna say the same. They exchange glances and raise their canteens. Cheers. They choke on the hot water in canteens. Let's go. The ignition ceremony of the 0-point reactor is taking place today. I don't really know what it's all about, but people have all gathered around the big screen. Let's go and join the fun. "30 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. A bit higher. Yes, just like that. That's it. Any higher and I'll hit the ceiling. Alright, stop micromanaging. See, the poor tall guy doesn't know what to say now because of you. Say that again after you get off his left arm. In the cafeteria at the International Space Station, a huge projection screen is live streaming the first ignition of the 0-point reactor. Almost everyone on the space station, regardless of their duty or how busy they are, is gathered here. What are these guys doing out here when they usually prefer to rot in the lab? No one wants to miss the ignition, I presume. Thanks to this, the two who arrived late because of their shift had to ask Tall Guy to lift them up. I say, why not just switch the cabin to zero gravity mode? Pretty sure we'd be able to use the space more effectively that way. Forget it. You're not gonna rebalance the gravity field afterward, are you? Shh. The countdown is starting. 15 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. This is Spotted Deer. Area A2 was all clear. Area B2 all clear. One stealth drone shot down in Area C1. Anomaly is all cleared. A total of 26 monitoring zones completely covered the area within 2 kilometers of Reactor 1. The Security Intelligence Bureau has deployed half of its elite forces to ensure the ignition is free from interference. Continuous reports stream into the command vehicle through the communication channels as the newly appointed director of the Security Intelligence Bureau personally oversees the operation. Stay sharp and keep an eye out for the surroundings. especially the areas covered in vegetation. We don't want to let anyone in who's trying to wreak havoc here. "10 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. I thought you'd be in the front rows for something like this. I was going to, but my secretary couldn't handle all the paperwork. This will surely be one of those regrets I take to the grave, right?" Turlord opens a bottle of red wine, the label still intact, and pours it into 2 goblets. "Fancy a glass? I didn't know you drank. Well, now you do. 'Tis a day worth celebrating. 1 glass shouldn't get me drunk, right?" Turlord checked the alcohol content again. "I even consulted a doctor about this." Don't waste the doctor's time with these silly questions. There's still work tomorrow. Work ain't gonna stop just because I'm celebrating. Turlord raises his glass. To tomorrow. To tomorrow. The sound of glasses clinking echoes crisply, and the red liquid swirls under the light. "5 seconds until ignition of 0-point reactor 1. Father, can you hear me? What is it? I have something to... Hey, Bruce? Hey, Bruce! 0-point reactor 1. Ignited. Punishing virus outbreak. Whew. Stressful. The suspense. Ugh. It feels like you're waiting for a bomb to go off. Only in this case, it's not a bomb. It's a world-destroying virus coming loose. Oh, wait, what was this one called? True Heart. Well, we made it to the outbreak, so we're probably going to be fighting Corrupted. Yay! To this day, Ballard still remembers that fateful day. At first, when the lights went out, communications went silent and the machines shut down. People thought it was just a massive power overload or a major electromagnetic interference. However, when the blue light turned crimson and the rebooted machines bared their fangs, humanity, having finally realized what they were up against, had already missed their chance for self-rescue. Safety measures became the danger itself. Haywire armor turned into coffins for the soldiers, and crazed drones hunted down every living thing within their camera's view. When Ballard led the security team armed with non-intelligent light weapons and encountered the escaping crowd, they realized the area around the reactor had become a death zone. The red plague spreading from the reactor core not only drove machines mad, but could also dissolve flesh. Yet more than half of the people hadn't managed to escape. They were either possibly dead, or still hiding in some temporary safe room where the red plague would eventually come for and devour them. Wearing the last remaining protective suits, Ballard led the suicide squad into the red zone. 3 hours. This is as much time as they had to save the day. Because after that, even the protective suits would lose their effectiveness, and the distance one could move before being killed by the red plague had shrunk to just 10 meters, rendering the operation meaningless. Ballard had to use his remaining 3 fingers to signal a retreat. In this rescue, he lost his entire right hand, half of his left hand, and his right calf. Moreover, His vocal cords, respiratory tract, and organs were severely damaged. Of the 68 members who formed the Suicide Squad, only 4 survived. Ironically, they only managed to save 4 people. When he was rescued from the brink of death, he learned that his close friend was about to head to the front lines. He didn't try to dissuade him. Instructor, they're here. Got it. Ballard, breaking from his memories, stands up and walks toward the door. I'm going to try and talk them out of it. Watanabe would never forget those days. On the 3rd day of the communication blackout, Backhouse returned from headquarters with bad news. It seemed that the communication blackout wasn't just at the Oasis camp, something that was happening on a global scale. Worst of all, none of the 240 satellites in orbit were operational, and people believed that something had gone awry when zero-point energy was initiated. All training programs paused, everyone went into wartime mode, and supplies came under wartime control. Defense lines were erected, patrols organized, and potential attacks prepared for. Day 15. Through the efforts of the tech soldiers, they finally received the first broadcast from the world outside on a new frequency. They learned about this new virus called the Punishing and what it was capable of. That day, all high-tech equipment, including functional armor, was destroyed, leaving only non-intelligent light weapons and a few old howitzers for scientific demonstrations. Camp's defensive capabilities were reduced by over 90%. Day 30. Communication was basically restored, establishing stable contact with headquarters and command. However, during the time without communication, humanity suffered heavy losses fighting on their own. The corrupted machines devoured human territory at an alarming rate. Day 48. Instructor Backhouse was summoned to the Northern Front and never returned. Day 60. The Oasis Squad received orders to advance to the snowy plains to rescue trapped civilians. Encountering a large number of corrupted, the recon team ran out of ammo and all perished. During the rescue, Acting Leader Bruce single-handedly held off the corrupted for 6 hours and died a hero. He no longer got the chance to say what he wanted to his father. Day 69. Nice. Sorry. The trapped civilians were successfully relocated to City 173. Acting Leader Watanabe determined that with the current manpower and equipment, they could no longer hold the camp, and applied to change course to the nearby City 175 to seek supplies and search for survivors. The plan was approved. Day 73. The Oasis Squad arrived at City 175 and began searching for supplies and survivors. Day 75. They found a large amount of light weapon supplies, food, and medicine. After dispatching some members to escort these back to safety, Watanabe continued to lead the remaining members to search for survivors. Day 80. To their surprise, they discovered a factory occupied by the Punishing that was pumping out corrupted machines. They managed to blow up the factory through a stealth operation, but the operation attracted most of the corrupted in the city. Day 81. On the retreat, they came across 2 survivors, one of whom was a child. Well, Okay. Getting into it. Day 97. City 175, 1045. Is that the Lone Ranger? Quiet. Captain's still sleeping. Sorry. It's okay. Time to go. You haven't slept much ever since we were surrounded by the corrupted attracted over by the explosion. What's the situation? Not many corrupted ahead. Oh, I couldn't read that. Not many corrupted ahead. Now's the best chance. Great. Great. Stop making noises, stomach. Try to hold it. Didn't I give you your rations yesterday? I can't keep up. It's happening too fast. It's fine. Take it. You, Watanabe. Let's go. Cover the civilian retreat. Oh, it's this song. I love this song. I feel like they don't use it enough. I feel like it's underrated. Beanie.
You'll regret making the cheap trip. The will of the flames tear everything apart.
Oh. Ah!
You'll regret making an
Yeah!
enemy of me.
We're safe for now. Just need to evacuate from the subway station. Stay sharp. Ambush! Ah! I hit it! Ah! That was mean. That was so fast. Large corrupted. Let's distract it. Captain, you go with the citizens first. Watanabe, help your teammates. Corrupted seems hard to deal with. I have to choose! I'm going with the refugees. I'm sorry. I feel like my friends are gonna die, but I feel like the refugees would need more help. They're not fighters. Hide behind me. See, they ran into a big scary enemy, and now they need me to protect them. Watanabe! Give it to me. They need me to protect them. I made the right choice. Maybe. I mean, I feel like someone was gonna die anyway, no matter what I did.
You'll regret making an enemy of me. The will
And
of the flames tear everything
bye-bye.
apart.
Thank you. Thank you. Go with him. I've gotta save my teammates. Don't sleep. Damn it. Wake up. Oh. Oh. They died with dignity. What is this place? Just take it as the inside of a mirror. Who are you? It doesn't matter, and it's not the right time. Oh, I don't see what that said. Choose again if you're still hesitating. Eh? Which way should I go? I guess I go the other way this time? I guess I'm gonna see that probably nothing would have changed. This is the end. We bought enough time, right? Bring it on! Here I am. Captain?
You'll regret making an enemy of me. Cheap tricks. Cheap tricks. Cheap to tag.
No!
The will of the blade will tear everything apart.
I knew we could always count on you, Captain. Go, meet up with the others. Captain. It still happened. Corrupted came out of nowhere and stormed that place. Couldn't save them. Sometimes you just can't be in two places at once. I know how you feel. It's quite common. Still doesn't work. Again? Keep trying. Keep failing. There has to be a way to save everyone. You ended up picking the most irrational path. Come here. I alone am enough. Bring it on. I can do this all day. Please imagine that Watanabe is not making the gay panic noises that I am. I don't think they suit his character. Ah! Don't hit me!
You'll regret making an enemy. The will of
Okay.
the blade will tear everything
Try
apart.
this.
Managing to tag.
Oh no!
Bad. Cheap tricks. Trouble, Commandant. You'll regret making an enemy of me.
Am I dying? To some extent, yes. Who are they? Does it matter? At least it proves that my death will be meaningful. Sometimes things don't change due to individual will. We always dream of sacrificing ourselves to the best for I didn't. Life holds many regrets. Sometimes we have to accept it. Our own will is small, but the people who are affected by it can change the future. Still failed. You guys. Guys. Sorry. Don't blame yourself, Captain. There's no way to find a perfect ending among these choices. How could we leave you behind when you choose to stay, Captain? Watanabe, thank you for saving that kid. They'll grow up to be someone cool. Time to face the reality. Oh, false solace teetered on the brink of collapse. Before the body became ethereal, the pain came first. So this is the truth. His knees are quickly becoming feeble. Having found a way out, the blood in his body pours toward his chest. Yeah. Back then, I wasn't yet. One thing could have happened when you were ambushed by a corrupted of that size. Death. But I'm still alive. Because as this thought went through his head, his hands, having gone numb, felt the weight and warmth of the young life that he was holding tightly in his arms. Right. At least I need to get him out. Suddenly, desperate cries filled the air. Mr. Watanabe! Mr. Watanabe! Don't die! Don't die! A small hand pressed against the gaping wound in his chest, but couldn't stop the wind from passing through. Is it really the wind? The blood won't stop. It's all my fault. You did it all. Just for me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I did it because this is my responsibility. The vow I made to myself. They would have done the same, no? It was then that Watanabe noticed 5 blurry shadows beneath him, one with a severed arm. Bruce, did you come to get me? He could hear the child's cries as death stood silently behind him. The gaze of both the living and the dead focused on Watanabe, who was teetering on the edge of life and death. With it, he made his choice. Just let me finish this at least. He tried to lift his already cold legs, breaking out of his chaotic thoughts the moment his decision was made. Go away! Go away! Regaining consciousness from a brief daze, he saw the kid picking up stones and hurling them forcefully behind him. They are not the souls of the dead, but a few broken corrupted. Run! Watanabe's lips moved, producing a faint sound, while the sound of blood rushing through his veins echoed in his ears. Life gradually left him, returning to the black soil. Go away! Go away! The child's anger was tinged with fear and trembling. Run. Even if it's just you. As the sound of metal dragging on the ground grew closer, the child went from trembling with anger to looking on with fear. He dropped the stone and grabbed Watanabe's hand, trying to drag him away. But how in the world was a starving child supposed to move an adult? Someone, please, save him. Get down! Watanabe's eyes closed before gunfire drowned that voice he couldn't be more familiar with. Well, that was sad. The Great Transfer will establish a 380,000 kilometer strategic depth between Earth and the Moon, creating an insurmountable barrier to the punishing. Right angle pliers. Watch the hydraulics. He wanted to open his eyes, but could only manage a small slit through which he saw nothing but blinding white light. He could feel his body being cut open and replaced. There was no pain. That's horrifying. I hate that. Ugh! I don't like thinking about the process of becoming a construct. It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. And existentially terrifying. Only occasional words reached his ears, reminding him this wasn't a dream. Bonesaw, how's his mind signal? Stable. Mind. When he heard the term, he felt as though a sea had appeared before his eyes. But the sea was like a dead pool. No waves and no flow. Sea. Suddenly, a point of light appeared in the dead silence, like a lighthouse on the sea. It stood firm in the center of the sea, guiding a ship to an unknown destination. The lost ship slowly approached, gradually surfacing from beneath the water. His consciousness is fluctuating again. Bump up the connection. I'm sure we can wake him up. 2 more people said something, but Watanabe couldn't make out what they were saying. He tried to grasp something, but the whirlpool of memories pulled him in harder still. His consciousness sank beneath the surface again. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a hospital bed. But instead of common medical equipment or IV tubes, he found himself hooked up to some strange machines he had never seen before. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, he patted his head out of force of habit and heard a metal-like clink. He looked at his palm in confusion, thinking he could remove the word "like." As he tried to move his fingers, the mechanical structure of the spherical joints in his body moved as he willed. "Looks like you're pretty much now awake." A voice he'd recognized instantly came from the side. Okay, I totally got that voice wrong. Ballard, is it really you? Who else do you think you're talking to now? But a humanoid figure made entirely of metal and synthetic skin leaned against the wall by the bed. He recognized that face, except it felt strange, even a bit frightening. You should probably check yourself out in the mirror first. Watanabe lifted his head, seeing his reflection in the mirror on the wall. A body of machinery, a barcode imprinted on his forehead, and eyes with different colors. We had a bit of an emergency, and a few things went a bit awry when we tried to make your body. I know you're still feeling confused, which is why I'm bringing you up to speed here. See, I always wondered why he had that barcode and that eye, the heterochromia, because he didn't have it before. Your guys delivered the supplies to camp, but never saw you return. So they went ahead and reported your disappearance to command post. Before that, there was a huge explosion in City 175. The staff figured you were likely trapped in the city by the riot of corrupted. I happened to be on my way back to headquarters. I was about to pass by the outskirts of City 175. So it was naturally upon me to save you. I know what you're thinking. The child has been sent to the safety zone, and the remains of those who had passed were found and cremated a few days ago. Noticing Watanabe wanted to say something, Ballard answered his questions before he even asked. Now, here's the important part. You were too severely injured for emergency treatment to be effective. So I went ahead and picked construct modification for you, thinking that this would give you a better chance of survival. Construct? Is that a new type of prosthetic modification? Similar, but different. He clenched his metal hand, similar to Watanabe's. With the most advanced prosthetic modification, you'd at least be able to keep important biological materials like your brain and part of your neurons. But it's different when you're turned into a construct, because with it, all of your body parts are replaced with metal components. We are still driven by electrical signals, but the part that sends out these signals is this complex structure they call the mind, and not your brain. That's about it. I don't know the specifics since I'm not a scientist. Does that still make me... me? He couldn't help but think of the classic Theseus's paradox. When all the wood that makes up a ship is replaced, is it still the same ship? I wouldn't worry about that. Will what you intend to do change just because you're no longer flesh and blood? Will the people you save stop thanking you and mourn the chunk of flesh that you once were? Ballard grabs Watanabe's shoulder, forcing him to look into his eyes. Modification isn't going to negate what we've done. Neither is it going to change what we seek. We are beings of experience, and we've been leaving footprints behind since the day we were born. Modification is just part of that journey. Someone may hinder your future, but no one can truly take away your past. Jeez, when did you become so philosophical? I ain't. I just got more time to adapt and think than you have. I mean, I wouldn't have signed the consent form for you if my own modification had been a failure. Feeling better? Yeah. Great. Now let me get down to the second thing on the list then. He lets go of Watanabe's shoulder and sits on the chair by the hospital bed. I'm setting up an intelligence department, consisting entirely of constructs. I would like you to be a part of it. I thought you were already the director of the Security Intelligence Bureau, no? Ballard shakes his head. The Security Intelligence Bureau lost so many people at the beginning of the catastrophe that it's practically defunct now. Besides, I wasn't planning on adding new personnel. Can't find suitable candidates, I presume. Just sensing some changes in the times. Fact is, Construct's capabilities have far surpassed humans. But there is more to it than that. In the foreseeable future, as long as this calamity continues, we'll only be seeing more and more constructs. Potential enemies are changing. We'll only be making ourselves vulnerable to infiltration if we remain stagnant. Ballard didn't show any displeasure at Watanabe's subtle tone. Do you think I'm overly suspicious? Watanabe didn't answer. Watanabe, as long as there are differences, there will be enemies. This is something that's never going to change. And the ones you can't see often prove more deadly than the ones you can when they come at you. Extraordinary enemies call extraordinary measures. That's why I want to form an all-construct intelligence department. Which is why I was hoping you could help me. Watanabe didn't respond immediately. Placed his hand on his chest, where a mechanical heart lay. The heart was beating strong and powerful, and he would never forget why he had his real heart replaced with it. My mother left nothing but an empty tombstone. I swear, I'll never be like her. Ballard, I think I've figured out what my mother truly left behind. The pit filled with drifting ash could no longer trouble him, and the persistent, hellish visions were shattered. He stepped out of the shadow and once again stood before his mother's grave, this time facing the short epitaph. She sleeps here along with the war, bringing peace as a gift to the world. I wouldn't have been here had it not been for Backhouse, Bruce, Oates, Albert, Garza, and the rest of the Oasis squad. We've come this far because of trust, and it's also because of this trust that they entrusted their future to me. Which is why I feel the front line is where I belong. I've come this far because of all these people who have been helping me along the way. Which is why the front line is where I can make all the help I've received count. I want to put this catastrophe to an end and bring back peace, even at the cost of my life. Hold your horses there, son. This isn't something you can solve alone. Ballard stood up. He knew Watanabe had found his conviction, that there was no talking him out of it. And you probably want to focus on adapting to your new body first. It's a good chance for you to replace that mismatched eye sensor too. I wouldn't worry. It doesn't affect my vision. Not going to bother with that when I've already had a major modification done. And don't lose this again. Ballard handed over the shotgun Watanabe received on his 18th birthday. Watanabe reached out and grasped the gun, suddenly recalling Ballard's words from years ago. Do you still find me half-baked? Ballard hesitated for a moment, then loosened his grip on the gun. I guess you pass. He turned and walked toward the door, leaving one final remark. You don't want to stay in bed forever. Communications between the ground and space will resume soon, and will be needed. Evacuate the Constellia construction personnel to line G111. The Axelic Commercial Alliance convoy will meet them there. Kowloon Chamber of Commerce said they had halted the southern advance of the Corrupted. Update the tactical map. We need to replan the area of defense. Deploy the Second Army to City 169. There are many shelters donated by the Transatlantic Economic Community. The former World Government Summit Hall is now bustling with activity. After the brief chaos of communication silence, it's been repurposed as the command central for the battle against the corrupted. Against the punishing virus. Why can't I read anymore? Nothing really merits a discussion until this calamity is resolved. Hans furrows his brow at the world map projected in the center of the hall. The Red Plague has taken over a quarter of the world's land and a tenth of its oceans. Humanity, now reconnected, has stymied the Corrupted's advance. But the speed at which the troops and equipment are being consumed far exceeds that of production. The latest constructs have achieved notable victories in local battle zones, but it was a drop in the ocean for the larger picture. So far, humanity's pinnacle of technology and military might, the Starship fleet, remains out of contact. Whether they're still under control is a matter of life and death for humanity. Since the completion of the ultra-high energy transmission antenna array constructed by the Arctic Route Union last week, the world government has been trying to contact the fleet in space. Before a new satellite communication network can be established, this antenna functions as humanity's lifeline to space. But no one can say for certain whether these signals can be received by the Starship fleet, or if the Starship fleet is capable of receiving these signals at all, for that matter. Where is humanity supposed to turn? if space falls before the ground. Commander, this is the high-energy antenna monitoring station. We've received a signal from outside the atmosphere. Based on the signal strength and characteristics, the analysis team speculates it may be from Miracle. Should we accept the signal and respond? Connect immediately. Everyone pauses their work and waits to hear from the other side of the signal. Their response will determine humanity's fate. Mere seconds feel like centuries. This is Sheen, a commander officer on board Miracle under the World Government Starship Fleet. Please identify yourself. I repeat, please identify yourself. The gentle male voice brings a sigh of relief to everyone in the command center. Space is still under human control. Thank goodness. I am Hans, Chief Commander of the military. I'll brief you on what's happening on the ground in just a bit. I'll need you to bring us up to speed on what's happening in the space first. Got it. Currently, 30 starships, the International Space Station, Eden 2 colony ship, and lunar base are still under our control. Supplies are sufficient for over 6 months of use. On the third day after communication was cut, we contacted the personnel stationed at the International Space Station, Eden 2, and the lunar base, confirming their safety. After sending out drones for reconnaissance, we concluded that all 240 orbiting satellites have self-destructed. Due to the lack of production lines for core components at the spaceport, we couldn't repair them. The drones were shot down by a network of anti-aircraft fire when they entered the atmosphere. Since we couldn't be sure what was happening on the ground, we didn't force our way through or destroy the network. The tech department quickly built multiple temporary antennas, and the communications team monitored them 24/7 to avoid missing any possible signals from the ground. And I guess we made the right decision. Good work. Now, let me update you on what's happening here on the ground. 3 months ago, during the ignition ceremony, an unknown virus came out of the core of Reactor 1. It showed astonishing infectivity to logical circuits and severe corrosiveness to human bodies. We still don't know how it works, but we'll send you a detailed report in a bit. After limited communication was restored, we learned that the deep well housing the Gestalt also shut down on the day of the virus outbreak. Some people from the Science Council who made it out alive told us that the defense system there was infected too, with the network of anti-aircraft fire you encountered. Since smart weapons can't effectively strike before being infected, we have no good solutions for those defense arrays until the Science Council improves the firewall. But things might just take a turn for the better going forward since we're now in contact. The starships can only deliver effective strikes with ballistic missiles, but their control systems are susceptible to hijacking too. Are you saying we should put Longinus' arsenal of Eden 2 to use? That's what I was thinking. Except I think we have a cheaper option here now, having heard what you just said. A cheaper option? Are you talking about those satellites that are no longer in use? Exactly. Those satellites are perfect raw materials as the rods of God. We'll be joining hands to destroy the infected defense arrays in the shortest time. Yes, let's do that. Humanity will have its chance to fight back on the path between space and once the path between space and the ground is cleared. Within the next month, the Space Force, aided by the ground forces, launched a total of 115 high-density metal rods made from decommissioned satellites at the infected defense arrays. Among them, 21 are intercepted, and 7 deviate from the intended impact area, failing to deliver effective damage. The remaining 87 directly hit their targets, delivering a devastating blow to the infected defense arrays. Humanity finally regains its footing throughout the successive victories brought about by the meteors that are the rods of God. The last barrier between space and ground is broken, re-establishing the four-dimensional strike system. The newly formed Purifying Force eradicates doomsday rhetoric, human trafficking, illegal trades, and inhumane experimental sites established under the guise of the world government. The world government gradually regains the credibility lost due to the punishing outbreak. First all-hands meeting on the battle against the punishing. We've been fighting alone due to communications breakdowns since the punishing first emerged from the zero-point reactor. Fortunately, through relentless effort, we've re-established contact and are once again united for a single cause. This meeting aims to set strategic directions for future battles against the punishing. All opinions are appreciated and welcome. I do have a question once before we go ahead with the discussion. The counselor looks toward a corner of the meeting room. Representatives of the Science Council, do you have anything to say about this disaster you brought about? Counselor, this meeting isn't about assigning blame. What would you like to hear? I'm sorry, or you have my apologies. And just for the record, I don't think we did anything wrong. Neithart? Neithart's words spark murmurs around the room, but none speaks out of respect for the Science Council, knowing that blaming would be futile. But once this fuse is ignited, it's difficult to extinguish. If you don't know the severity of the issue because you're always cooped up in the lab, let me lay it all out for you. Since the punishing outbreak, there have been 30 million casualties. Humanity has lost 20% of its living space, and direct economic losses are twice that of the previous unification war. Now, are you still going to tell me the Science Council did nothing wrong? Neithart takes a deep breath. In primitive society, the first humans who touched a flame didn't know it would burn them. But they weren't deterred. Humanity harnessed fire, drove away beasts, and gradually grew to dominate the land. During the Industrial Era, pollution wiped out 70% of wild species in less than half a century. Yet we didn't return to farming. Before the theory of cold fusion, nuclear waste from fission reactors took hundreds of thousands of years to lose its radioactivity. Did we regret exploring atomic energy? Seemingly a little uncomfortable giving long speeches like this, Neithart takes another breath. We don't abandon ethics for exploration. But we aren't so as naive to think there won't be any costs. To us, the punishing is just another hurdle to overcome, like environmental destruction, greenhouse effect, or radioactive pollution. We face challenges head-on because our goal is true, and we will not back down because of any challenges. Easier said than done. The zero-point reactor still emits the punishing. How do you plan to overcome that? The Chief will lead a team over to shut down the reactor when we have the invert device for constructs developed as the first line of defense. Neithart, shouldn't we discuss the personnel for this mission? Trillard clearly doesn't think this is a wise choice. No one knows the zero-point reactor better than its designer. This catastrophe requires everyone's full effort to solve, including mine. I won't be sitting around doing nothing. I'm just quoting the Chief's words. Is there anything you'd like me to relay? He's speechless. Science Council has stated its position. What about the rest of us here? Let me say a few words then. Hans presses down on the speaker button. My plan is to do a major relocation. As you all know from various sources, the punishing spreads. It is everywhere. The only difference is the concentration. But there is one last untouched sanctuary. Humanity's last refuge is space. He presses a button, and a tactical projection appears before everyone. This time, the map isn't filled with complex contours, but is an expansive star chart with several simple orbital lines. Spaceports, Starship Fleet, the International Space Station, Eden 2 Colony Ship, and the Lunar Base. The red dots that function as indicators move across the map. Using these as bases, we'll establish a 380,000 kilometer strategic depth between the Earth and the Moon, creating an insurmountable barrier to the punishing. By relocating non-combatant civilians in batches, we'll have enough workers to work on spaceports and starships to accommodate subsequent populations. This will enhance other production functions and will give us a stable base support. The Moon and other planets in the solar system will serve as our resource reserves. Some modified starships will shuttle between these locations to transport industrial materials to our space factories. With a continuous supply of weapons and equipment, and the enemy lacking reinforcements, we will eventually eradicate the corrupted on Earth. We'll then be able to research ways to deal with the punishing without hindrance. Ladies and gentlemen, his gaze sweeps across the room. History is a cycle. Some generations enjoy blissful ignorance, while others are burdened with great expectations. Now it's our generation's turn to shoulder our responsibilities. Humanity will take back our home, no matter how long it takes and what it costs. Silence falls after his speech. After a while, a counselor breaks into what seems like a self-mocking laugh and drops his prepared proposal into the recycling bin. Now, that's truly something. He starts clapping his hands. The sound echoes throughout the silent, empty hall. Wow, it's a real everyone clapped moment. Soon a second, a third, a fourth. Almost everyone starts clapping. Almost everyone. In the end, Hans's proposal passes with an overwhelming majority. The official name of Hans's proposal is Project Acadia Transfer. Oof, that was a lot of reading right there, and I also just realized that I haven't had a single drip of water since I started streaming. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to very, very quickly get a drink. The fridge is like right over there. I'll be right back. And I'll also quickly hop in on another one of my friends' streams, because I've been doing that tonight, checking in on them and wishing them happy Halloween. I'm just gonna check in quickly. Oh! No, I knew this was happening. My friend... Reisna is debuting her first song cover tonight. Okay, I'll just briefly hop in the chat and say that I hope she's having, I don't know. Maybe I'll say something later. Because I meant to just check in and say happy Halloween, but now I don't know if I can just do that, because she's unveiling her song cover. But maybe I'll say, hi Reisna, happy Halloween, and congrats on the cover! Yay! Okay, now I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm just a little bit hoping that in that brief time that I opened the door, maybe the fly that's in here left. I really hope that the fly that's in here left. I don't want it to be here. I mean, okay, brief tangent. I know bugs are very important to our ecosystem, and I don't have anything against them other than thinking that what if they fly in my mouth? And I don't like that. I don't like that thought. So it's like, if I just had an assurance that a bug would not try to fly in my mouth, I feel like I'd be a lot more okay with having bugs around. I guess I'm also afraid that they're like gonna be dirty and make things dirty, or like lay eggs in places. Okay, maybe I have more than just one fear about bugs. I'm gonna stop talking about that now, though. I'm gonna have a drink. I'll say that so far, this chapter has been very different from what I expected. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect, but, like, it's going a lot into the past and the origins of the punishing virus. Which we already knew some about, but it's interesting to, like, see it. And also it's clear that, like, at least some of this is, like, maybe Watanabe's coma dream? Oh, it's both of them again. Okay. Also, I'm noticing Watanabe's in his, slightly different, like, upgraded outfit version. I wonder if he's, like, wearing that mask because of the virus, you know? Anyway, let's get moving. Project Acadia Transfer will be the largest strategic relocation effort in human history and will be implemented in 3 phases. Phase 1. Mobilizing global transport forces to move a total of 1.5 million engineers, technicians, raw materials, and essential equipment to the spaceport, elevated at an orbital height of 10,000 kilometers. Hurry up! The next batch of transport ships will be here soon. The gravity field shifted by 2.6 degrees. Send someone to adjust the gravity simulation segment. Exhaust gas backflow occurred in compartment DA-13. Responsible personnel, please respond immediately. I repeat. Busy figures move through every part of the space station. Everyone is busy doing their part, since this is the focal point of the first phase of the project. How's everything looking? We expect to clear the DH series compartments by 6 p.m. GMT to make room for the next group of personnel. Thank you. How's the safety protocol? Punishing detection devices now cover the entire spaceport, and high-energy explosives are installed at each compartment connection for emergency detachment if necessary. It's not enough. Rearrange the escape pod locations. They're too concentrated right now. Roger that. Phase 2. Over 20 years, 20 out of 30 starships will be converted into small colony ships to accommodate a larger population. At the same time, half of the spaceport's compartments will be upgraded for military-industrial use to meet production targets. Tall guy, help me lift this up. The tall soldier takes the box. You want to know what the commotion was about? It was mainly about starship modifications. Plans aren't decided, and the deadline is approaching, so a few supervisors have almost started fighting. Hey, the next meeting is about to start. Hurry up! When was it announced? I didn't get a notice. Just a minute ago. I'm heading there now. Wait for me! Phase 3. The 20 modified colony ships will shuttle the remaining population on Earth between other planets in the solar system to collect resources and continuously supply raw materials to the spaceport's industrial base, thus forming a 380,000 kilometer depth with the spaceport, Starship Fleet, International Space Station, colony ships, and lunar base as strategic points. Humanity will launch a counterattack by relying on the entire solar system. All procedures are complete. Congratulations, you're discharged. After confirming the signature, the person returns Watanabe's personal terminal. Thanks for taking care of me during this time. We are just doing our job. But you adapted surprisingly fast, despite the emergency modifications. Didn't expect you to be the first to be discharged. Even the director is surprised. I can't stay in bed forever. This body will rust if I keep lying around. I know you're trying to be funny, but tantalum polymers are actually quite resistant to rust. Speaking of your body, are you going to replace that mismatched eye? Watanabe waves his hand as he walks toward the door. Don't worry about me. I don't mind the color of this eye. After leaving the medical consortium, Watanabe finds Ballard already standing next to an off-road vehicle. All done? Yeah. Ballard opens the car door. Get in. We've got a job. Gestalt Central Core? Watanabe flips through his terminal, which is filled mostly by an image of a spherical machine. Yeah. Let me explain while you do that. After the Great Transfer was confirmed, first thing we did was order the existing important equipment. Superconducting crystal processing equipment, full space ecological cycle systems, fusion material refiners. They're all on the list. But there's one piece of equipment that's surely the most important. He points to what looks like the eye of the spherical machine. Pinnacle of human achievement. Gestalt. The population relocation, resource allocation, and space management involved in the Great Transfer require immense computing power. Without Gestalt's help, this project would take twice as long to complete. Also, moreover, if Gestalt gets infected, the damage that its computing power can cause would be unimaginable. So we must ensure that it's under human control at all costs. Right. Sounds like your hospital stay didn't do your brain damage. My injury wasn't on my brain. But why me? I just completed my adaptive training. Surely you can find others to take on such an important mission. There are still some dangerous areas. I've sent all my trusted subordinates to handle those. Dangerous as in... There are conspiracy theories that the world government is abandoning the masses. Others try to reap benefits from the project through bribery. Some are taking advantage of the information blackout to deceive the public into participating in illegal experiments that have already been halted. Not all of them, though, because I know about things. Things that are resolved now by the time of the present day. Well, I mean, there are probably still illegal experiments happening. Anyway, he lets out a rare snort of disdain. Article 1092 of the Law on the Advancement and Protection of Science and Technology. Nonsense. Even at a time like this, you still... In the eyes of some, disaster and misfortune are not bad news, but opportunities for gaining power. Fortunately, there aren't too many of these scavenging jackals. Unfortunately, the more they take, the longer they live. Eradicating them won't be easy. Need to prepare for a long-term battle. But after dealing with Gestalt, I'll have plenty of time to deal with them. You know, people like you might not have a good ending. Watanabe shows a wry smile, but doesn't try to dissuade Ballard, because he knows Ballard won't compromise or back down on this matter. This persistence has evolved into stubbornness and, in a sense, aggression. Ballard sees compromise as helping those people. Watanabe remembers his father talking to Ballard about this many times, but neither side ever convinced the other. Why should we let them reach huge profits from the gamble and leave unscathed? Ballard shakes his head. No. Someone needs to drag them back to the table and make them pay back with interest. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Faced with stubbornness, Watanabe decisively chooses to give up, just like his father would have. I see that besides the military, the Science Council and Norman Group are all involved in this operation? Yes, their assistance is crucial for this mission. We'll meet them soon. But before the mission starts, Ballard hands over another terminal to Watanabe. You can leave a message for someone. Headquarters will deliver it to them. We don't have many satellites and wires now. Long-distance communication is mostly reserved for the government and military use. So don't waste this rare opportunity. You haven't contacted Sheen since the outbreak of the punishing virus, right? Yeah. It's been a long time. For a moment, he thought about taking the terminal and pushed it back at the end. Some things need to be said in person. Like understanding his mother's choice, fulfilling his comrade's last wishes, or his own regrets and relief. There are too many things to say. How can a simple message be enough? Okay, but like Watanabe, what if something happens? What if you can't ever talk to him again? You gotta tell him what you can. Come on. Okay. Feels like writing a will, and I'd rather not. You're right. Some things need to be said face to face. Ballard takes back the terminal. By the way, did you write one? Do you even need to ask that? The two share a knowing smile. Gestalt Retrieval Operation Temporary Command Post. The scarred off-road vehicle drifts over, leaving charred brake marks on the ground. It comes to a steady stop by the roadside. You didn't mention we had to cross a battlefield. It saves time. The two get out of the car, and a soldier immediately runs over. Captain Ballard, and... Watanabe? Greenhead? So, you are the one Captain Ballard was picking up. Did you join the Purifying Force? But Watanabe quickly dismisses the thought because the soldier isn't a construct, but a human. No, I belong to the ground force. People from various units were gathered for this operation. I'm just the temporary captain in charge of on-site command. Is everyone else here? They're already here, waiting. Good. Take me to them. Roger that. Behind the tent flap, the crowd inside is clearly divided into 3 groups. Soldiers with firearms, technicians in work clothes with the Norman mining logo, and a lone woman sitting in the corner. She looks like she's lost in thought. Only one person from the Science Council? Aside from the late Mr. Landau, no one knows Gestalt better than I do. Maintaining Gestalt is my daily duty. No support or backup? Those not already in space joined the team in shutting down Reactor 1. I am the only one left behind. Sorry, I underestimated you. Let me reiterate the operation plan. First phase, Norman Mining will use heavy-duty cutters to open a path to the Gestalt deep well. You were the contractors for the entire underground area, right? No problem, but I must remind you that the underground space where Gestalt is located is complex. It's easy to get lost there, even with a map. Please be careful. We'll be careful. Second phase. Our assault team will open a path to Gestalt's central core. Watanabe, you lead the team. I'll fend off the corrupted that are drawn in. Roger that. Always monitor your infection rate. If it approaches the threshold, leave immediately. You haven't installed the invert device yet, so you can't stay in a punishing environment for too long. Invert device? It's the first line of defense for constructs against the punishing virus. You can think of it as a firewall for now. Finally, a representative from the Science Council will enter the central core to check for infection. If there's no infection, they'll restart it to unlock the surrounding safety locks. That will allow Norman's team to take away the core. Even if it's too late, we can't let the enemy have it. We'll use the explosives we brought to destroy the core. Any other questions? Why not just blow up the safety locks? Gestalt was designed to withstand all extreme scenarios. While the core's reinforcement is limited, we've used every possible measure to reinforce the safety locks. The locks will remain intact, even at an epicenter of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Of course, we could use stronger explosives, but that would obliterate the core, defeating the purpose. I have another question. Wouldn't it be more efficient if I joined the assault team? No. Your safety is second only to Gestalt. Only you can restart Gestalt. So you can't take any risk. Neathart falls silent. And I declare, Operation Start! I was wondering if we were gonna start combat there. I'm gonna remind myself to have drinks more often. Or I'm gonna try at least. With a sharp cutting sound and bright sparks, the 2-meter-thick safety door is pulled aside by a heavy-duty crane. We'll leave the rest up to you. Thank you. He looks into the deep passage and takes the first step. Move out. Okay, now we're starting. I was just like a little too early. Science Council, first floor. Gestalt tunnels, 10 o'clock. You have stopped for 20 minutes, soldier. It wouldn't even take 20 seconds if I were there. You want us to carry your body to Gestalt? I'll find the 3 terminals and get authorization ASAP. Calm down. One kind of funny thing... Oh, then please hurry up. One kind of funny thing from my youth is that one of my teachers in grade school once did as quickly as possible instead of as soon as possible. And so it was a quap. I just think about that sometimes. Oh, ooh, lights. Open the gate. Yeah, I really do want to open the gate. Oh. Ah! I'm Epitaph now, okay. This is a maze. Where are you going? Look at that door. It's going peep, 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 peep. Oh, it's coming back? Scanning. Terrain data at the area. All marked. Let's get going. Okay. Target 1, obtain Terminal B1's authorization. Target 2, obtain Terminal E1's authorization. Final targets, obtain Gate Unlock authorizations. Okay. Now this is more convenient. Lasers! Ah! Okay. Oh, my I don't have a dodge button right now.
Don't worry about me.
Over there. Where am I exactly right now? Can I move the map too? I can't. I think I'm close to target. Wait, current area. Well, I went way out of the way, it seems. What did I do? Well, at least I should be at, like, target 2, right? Ah!
I'm more than ready. I no longer fear death. Now or never. This is the strength of an unwavering will.
Yeah.
Now or never. Now or never. Never give up. Here. Pave the way forward.
I'm glad that they're still letting me use Epitaph. Because I feel like it would just be a little boring if I had to keep using one of the old frames all the time. Okay, let's refresh. So I'm right there. I need to go back, get Terminal B1's authorization, and then go to the final target. Are there still lasers? Did I get rid of them? So, let me look at the map again. Oh, okay. So the red glowing area is like... Okay, I think I get it. The red glowing area is the area that I'm in. And then the little... Well, I mean, I knew that the little blue one was me. I didn't understand why I was What? I didn't understand why it was red. Oh, it's this door. Missing circuit panel. Where do I get a circuit panel? Wait, hang on. What door is this? Is this the door that goes in there? Where do I find a circuit panel? Do I need to go through here? No, it's locked. Yeah, maybe I just need to go through one of these. Where am I now? Oh, they need to scan it again. Those who failed to evacuate. This it? That's what I'm looking for? Wait, got B1 circuit panel. Yeah! Watch out. Hi!
more than ready. Hard work pays off. I no longer fear death. Now or never. Never give up. Pave the way forward. More than ready. I no longer fear death. Now or never. Never give up.
I'm impressed, soldier. Can't you just be quiet? Well, now I can operate this. I'm authorized. Yay! Okay, now what? Go through the other door? Final authorization? No, I need one more. But from where? I only saw 2 on the map. How do I get the last authorization? Do I need to... Maybe I missed something. Maybe it's not on the map. Although that would be a little bit frustrating. Wait, when did this stop? When did you... Ah!
Never give up. Pave the way forward.
I heard that. I don't know what that was. A ladder? I don't... Ugh, what am I even doing here? Okay, I'm not in the right spot, but... Oh, the ladder will take me there. Okay. Oh, hi. They're already corrupted. Please end it all, soldier.
Hard work pays off. I no longer fear death. Never give up! Now or never. Never give up!
I think I can get up to 6 of those, but I don't really know how to do that.
Here. Pave the way forward!
Like, I feel like there's gotta be an efficient way to do it. Wait, I heard that too. I couldn't understand what they were saying, though. Yay! I got authorization again. And this door opened. Oh, a shortcut? Well, that's way easier. This is only the first one. Deploy the cutter. We're out of fuel for the cutter. After being repeatedly blocked by the safety doors, Watanabe decides to forcibly dismantle them. However, the Science Council already considered this in its design, so each safety door costs a large amount of fuel to cut. Retreat and refill the fuel. Looking at the thick safety door in front of him, Watanabe has no choice but to order a retreat. If it weren't for these safety doors in the way, they might be able to reach the bottom pretty fast with the map, but now... there's no need. A weary voice echoes in his ears again. I know you're in a hurry, but we must retreat now. I'll crack the security protocols. Heavy footsteps sound as a figure in a thick protective suit approaches. At first, let me catch my breath. So sweaty. So heavy. Her voice also makes her sound exhausted. Whew. That was something. Gestalt Crisis 2, the Deep Well. We're already at the Deep Well? I wondered if there would be more. Gestalt. After passing through 5 layers of verification, authentication card, biometric scan, graphic password, quantum key, and dual lock security, Asimov finally enters the heavily protected room. Mr. Asimov, remember to do this month's routine check. With him are representatives from the 5 major functional departments. They are here to monitor others and be monitored. So is this back in the present? After the disaster that caused severe losses, access to Gestalt has been strictly controlled. A complex verification process was put in place to ensure that no one could access Gestalt's core unless the Science Council and representatives from the 5 departments were all present. Biometric data of the current Science Council chief, dynamic graphic password set by the control courts, authentication card held by the diplomatic court, quantum key held by the executive court, and 2 keys held by the military and judicial court. As usual, do as you please, but don't disturb me while I work. After connecting his equipment to the port, Asimov begins the monthly routine check. A bluish light illuminates his face, and only the sounds of fingers tapping on the screen is echoing in the room. The routine check never takes too long. Asimov packs up his equipment. Computing power fluctuation has changed by 0.023% compared to last month. Considering the recent investment in specialized frames, this fluctuation is within warning limits. Okay, specialized frames. Yeah, that would make this at least around present day. So we're not in what I assume to be Watanabe's coma dream at the moment. For safety reasons, let's reduce the computing power quota next month. The supercomputing array in the clean zone is in effect and can handle a fraction of the load. Whatever you decide, the source of computing power isn't important for research. Data logs show no fluctuation, and there are no unrecorded transmissions or receptions. It looks like the isolation facility is still working normally. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Asimov. Asimov nods and doesn't say anything else. He looks up at the isolation panel installed on this side of Gestalt, which contains all of humanity's knowledge. In a way, the items the archaeological team struggled to retrieve have always been in human control. But after that incident, there was never an opportunity to take them out. Gestalt Maintenance Tunnel, 500 meters underground. Okay, back to the past. Neithart? Ballard, what's going on? Watanabe immediately opens the communications and questions Ballard. She's more persuasive than I imagined. Let me explain. Wearing a heavy protective suit, Neithart finally moves to the terminal in front of the safety door. It's working, thank God. Her fingers dance across the keys like she's playing a piano, unaffected by the gloves. The primary objective of this mission is to save Gestalt. Whether we retrieve it or destroy it, we must first reach the deep well. But with your current speed, you won't make it before the infection rate hits the threshold because these safety doors are in your way. Of course, repeatedly dismantling the safety doors is an option, but that would extend the mission by at least 2 days. With the delay, the risk of Gestalt getting infected and being surrounded by the corrupted will require your military expertise to deal with. When my application was approved, the data and calculations convinced him, not me. I mean, he said, your safety is sectioned only to Gestalt. Meaning if we can't reach Gestalt, I'm not important. I don't think that's what he meant. I don't know what he thinks, but that's how I see it. No matter the cost, Gestalt must be saved. That's my mission. Sensing the unwavering tone, Watanabe knows that saying more would be disrespecting her resolve. All units, switch to defense formation. The assault team shifts formation, forming a double-headed triangle to protect Neithart in the center. Neithart, I don't know. I'll leave the next safety door to you. Don't fall behind. Got it. And thank you. The group continues to move deeper underground. All right. Wonder if this is gonna get crazy. It's too risky. How's your situation? So heavy. But it's okay. My mind is still clear. Something's off. Defense formation!
More than ready.
Ah. Ah.
Hard work pays off. I no longer fear death. Don't worry about me.
Hey!
Give up.
Take this! What? Ah! Retreat! No contact. Go back, turn left. Oh god. Okay. Hey! Okay, I have to get to the terminal. Okay. Right? What am I doing? Do I go more back? No. Wait, do I turn back and then go left? Like this left? Captain, come in. What's the situation? Just one more safety door to the deep well. That safety door requires a key. Terminal cannot access the door without the key. The key. I'll find it. I'm counting on you, soldier. Let me empty the gas with the evacuation system. This is the surveillance record. Should be useful to you. Why is the passcode still not here? Seems there's no way to take these data out. Retreat! Hurry! This way! They're coming! I have the passcode! Ah! It's not that silly. It's not a silly situation. Ah! I got jump scared a little. Did you find it? Hurry! Wait. Oh, no, it just gave her a little fun, intro. Oh, there's visible blood. That doesn't normally happen. I got the passcode. I mean, that one construct from before jump scared me a little. Captain, they're back. Protect Neathart.
Pave the way forward! Don't worry about me. I'm more than ready. I no longer fear death. Never give up!
It opens. Oh. Wait, there's more. The deep well. Wow. This is the first time that I've, like, seen Gestalt in the game. Oh, that's not good. Overload shut down as I expected. I'll reboot it, and what's left to do is... you. It's just too much exercise. Something is attacking the server. Then I'll leave them to you. Come on. It's interesting that guy is being referred to as a Forsaken soldier. Because do the Forsaken even exist yet in this flashback?
I no longer fear death. Never. Now or never.
Oh, there's more. Yay.
Don't worry. Pave the way forward. More than ready.
Hey! How rude. Gosh. At least I'm not taking that much of a beating.
Don't worry about
Thank
me.
you, shields.
More than ready.
Ah!
I no longer fear death. Never give
Reboot complete. What's left to do is... Watch out! Strong! Oh, okay, cutscene again. Attention. Gestalt's core program has been tampered with. Execute Level 1 protocol. Attention. Gestalt's core program has been tampered with. Execute Level 1 protocol. A piercing alarm echoes throughout the underground space. Moments later, another alarm sounds and overlaps with it. The punishing concentration is skyrocketing. It is about to breach the warning line. Don't panic. Having experienced a failure before, Watanabe knows that panicking in such moments would lead to unsalvageable loss. Neithart, what's the status of Gestalt? 10 minutes. You can't handle the punishing concentration in here. Evacuate immediately. I'm the Chief's Lieutenant. I won't leave. We must also greet them with victory. For the first time, the voice that has always remained calm in the face of corrupted attacks sounds a bit anxious. All right. We'll buy you time. All units, defense formation! Aside from the annoying alarms, the auditory module picks up the sound of metal noises from the tunnels. Corrupted from all directions are converging, aiming to devour the prey at the center of the web. The sound of metal clashing pierces their ears. Watanabe turns and throws his scimitar toward a hidden corner near the connecting pillar. The scimitar deflects the bullet, swings back into Watanabe's hand, and the squad members immediately fire onto the exposed corrupted. They're here. Exhaust pipes, wiring conduits, weighing columns. Corrupted are oozing out of every hidden corner like crimson sludge. Open fire! The island is beginning to resist the crushing waves. Why? Neithart's fingers dance over the terminal, but she's still struggling to fend off the corruption of Gestalt by the unknown virus. Exactly as the chief instructed. Is this still happening? "24 hours earlier. Chief, are you sure it's okay to leave Gestalt to me? This is such an important task. Surely there are better candidates." Every task is important. We believe you are the most suitable candidate. Leaving me here means you likely won't be able to return from the 0-point reactor, right? We don't plan missions based on sacrifice, but we also don't fear sacrifices during missions. What's that? If Gestalt goes haywire, connect it to this. Why isn't it working? She's already connected Dominic's data disk to the Gestalt, but the firewall is still being breached layer by layer. Could the chief be wrong? As the chief's lieutenant, Neithart has unconditional faith in him. We will definitely return. Believing in those words, she gives up her insistence on following them into the #1 reactor contamination zone. You are the most suitable candidate. You will complete the mission. Believing in those words, she abandons her usual conservative methods and chooses the most aggressive approach. If Gestalt goes haywire, connect it to this. But she has done everything as instructed and still hasn't succeeded. Is the chief wrong? So, did we make a mistake from the very beginning when we sought 0-point energy? A violent impact pulls Neithart back to reality. Damn it! The soldier was thrown to the side and broke his legs. Vital fluid is oozing from his wounds, but he still grips his gun tightly, firing bullets into the corrupted. Not far away, the other squad members also suffered varying degrees of injury and are surrounded by the remnants of the corrupted. This island is on the brink of being devoured by the waves. Time. How much time do I have left? 13 minutes and 42.2 seconds. She took way more time than she promised, but no one mentioned it, doing their utmost to buy her more time. Lastly, but most importantly, trust your comrades and trust yourself. Just like, oh, they trust me. She removes her earpiece and focuses all her energy on thinking. She's more familiar with the inner workings of this machine than anyone else. She has iterated it hundreds of times and inspected it tens of thousands of times. The code within this machine is essentially an extension of her brain. Now, she just needs to find the source of her headache. The scene before her gradually disappears, transforming into a torrent of characters. It's as if each keystroke shatters a rogue serpent. The serpents shatter into shards, falling into the depths of the darkness. These, and these. Neathart feels her thoughts racing through even faster. So fast they seem to break free from her body. The targets of these erroneous commands are... No. She finally discovers another threat hidden beneath the Gestalt crisis, sending a shiver down her spine. It's targeting our greatest weakness. Could these viruses be intelligent? We have to stop them. She reaches out, grasping 3 delayed commands with her hand. 2 more. She stretches her hand outward, not caring if it breaks. Almost. Neathart! Watanabe pulls her away from a corrupted just in time, just before she reaches into its hammering blade. Gestalt's broadcast is no longer repeating warnings, and the blinding red has turned into a serene azure. The only remaining red at the scene is human blood seeping through the protective suits. Did I succeed? Tell me. I can't see. You did well. Watanabe's blade severs a corrupted lunging at them, and Watanabe kicks it into a pile of debris. You successfully restored Gestalt. Your job is done. Gestalt. No! Neathart tries to stand but quickly falls to the ground, making a noise that sounds like a water balloon hitting the floor. She wants to walk, but her body feels like it is soaked in viscous fluid. It is actually her own blood and flesh. She tries to crawl, but realizes she has no strength left. Hang in there. We'll break through together with you. No. Can't leave yet. Restoring Gestalt is only one thing. The targets of the erroneous commands are the troops in space. What? Watanabe, report the situation immediately. With the Gestalt chaos resolved, communication with the temporary command post seems to have been restored. Gestalt is back to normal, but we're surrounded. Neathart is severely infected, with large areas of necrosis. Backups. Follow me. Hold on. Backups are on the way. Failed? What did I fail? I didn't fail shit. Orbit Threat 1. Moths to Flame. Seize victory, even if it's a tragic one. Oh boy. Alright, his dad's in space. This is the bow window, the only spot in Babylonia where you can see the distant home planet in its entirety. Hassan often sat here alone when there were no annoying meetings. Oh, are we back in the present again? Metallic debris, devoid of luster, floats quietly around Earth. They once represented human ambition, glory, and power. But in the face of that unprecedented defeat, these tools along with pride, shattered into pieces. Another decade has passed. Asen still remembers the few decades that birthed such brilliance. The deep space probes, cold fusion engines, terraforming plans, starship fleet. But after the outbreak of the punishing virus, such glorious times never occurred again. How can humanity have the strength to plan its next steps, now that the future is uncertain? President, the meeting is about to begin. Let me see the agenda for this quick meeting. Aside from some routine reports, Bellica opens the tablet and highlights 2 items. The 2 main focuses are whether to expand the search and rescue range for the Grey Raven Commandant and the border conflict with the Forsaken. Oh, so this takes place, I assume, during the time in Cradle Parade that the Grey Raven Commandant is missing. So does that mean that that lines up perfectly with whatever happened with the Forsaken? Sounds suspicious. These 2 can be merged as one, as the area controlled by the Forsaken is now a blind spot for our search and rescue. Alright, let's go. Clean Zone is a breather for humanity, but crises always arrive without notice. Grey Raven Commandant disappeared, and we lost contact with Watanabe. Then there's the strange movements of the Forsaken. So many unresolved matters weigh on his shoulders. Asen takes one last look at the distant home planet. Hidden among the silent wreckage are dormant ballistic missiles. The old weapons seem to remind him that beneath the calm, danger still lurks. Reload! Cover me! A soldier retreats, and is quickly replaced by another. I'm out of ammo. Anyone got some? Catch! A fully loaded magazine is tossed over. That's also my last one. The gunfire has become sporadic. Of the original 12-man assault team, only 4 remain. The corrupted in front of them are crawling from every corner out like pests. After the final few shots, an empty magazine clicks sound simultaneously. All units, tighten the defense line. Prepare for melee combat. The remaining soldiers immediately retreat to the command area. They form a semicircle so that Neithart, who is wearing a protective suit, is at the center. Captain, how is she? Not good, but she's alive. Neithart has fallen unconscious at some point, and blood is seeping from the seams of her protective suit. If the terminal wasn't showing a heartbeat, Watanabe would have thought she was dead. These researchers may look fragile. After plunging his tactical knife into the integrated chip in front of him, the soldier kicks away another corrupted that tried to attack Neithart. But they never miss a beat when it comes to missions. Yeah, so it's our turn now. We must hold on until the rescue team arrives. It doesn't look good. They're probably corrupted along the way. It'll take time for the rescue team to break through. Couldn't you be saying something more encouraging now? Why are you being pessimistic? I meant for you to talk less and do more. A corrupted nearby is sliced in half by a curved blade, and a military boot crushes its head. Ballard, where are the reinforcements? We've taken a heavy blow. We can't hold on much longer. The only response is the harsh noises of the communication channel. Damn it. Is the communication malfunctioning again? Did you hear something? Is the ground shaking too? It wasn't until Watanabe ended the communication that he noticed the harsh sound wasn't just coming from his headset. It's getting closer. It might be a large corrupted. A beam of light pierces the dark underground space like a flash of lightning in the dead of night. Are you trying to blind the people inside with your high beams? A harsh scolding can barely be heard from the driver's seat. The roaring engineering vehicle charges into the corrupted like a bull, crushing and grinding down the troublesome machines. The red tide is split in two, and the ship that broke through the waves stops steadily in front of Watanabe and the others. The rear hatch opens, and fully armed soldiers jump out. They start to clear the remaining corrupted. Sorry for the wait. It took us some time to get this big guy running. Thanks for opening the safety doors along the way that allowed it to come in. His gaze sweeps over the remaining team members before resting on Neathart lying on the ground. Medical team, save her. You all should head to the rear cabin and report the situation. You said erroneous commands were sent to the Space Force. Did she say what exactly? She only had time to tell me this much. Looks like we'll have to wait until she wakes up to figure it out. Worried about your father? Without hesitation, the young man nods. I heard from Beckhouse that you scored a perfect score in simulated flight training. I did. Neithart's in very bad condition. Even the doctor doesn't know when she'll wake up. He speaks slowly, as if trying to convince himself while talking to Watanabe. According to what you said, sending out erroneous commands shouldn't happen as easily as blowing a fuse. Private Watanabe, listen to orders. This mission is an extension of the Gestalt rescue operation. Currently, you are the only one in the team who can pilot a ship in space without additional equipment. So, as the leader of this operation, I order you to pilot the Space Air Transport craft to space and confirm the situation. Make sure to find out exactly what erroneous commands were sent. Ballard, if you continue on like this... Seeing his hesitation, Ballard raises an eyebrow instead. Can you complete the mission? Yes. Then go ahead and leave this to me. Spaceport, orbital altitude 10,000 kilometers. Before the meeting starts, allow me to introduce someone. In the conference room, commandants from various starships sit on both sides of the table. This is their monthly report meeting, a rare chance for them to leave their starships. I'm sure you've all heard of him. Beak of Islay, world government's ace pilot. At this, the commandants on both sides of the table begin to murmur. Islay is where the world government trains its pilots and tests new aircraft. Dozens of ace pilots come from there, but only one can be called Beak of Islay. Cyril, please come in. I told you, no need to mention those titles. I'm here simply because I'm needed. Years of battle have taken their toll on him. His body is deteriorating, and though he is the same age as Shin, his face is already covered in wrinkles. These are the marks of his battles, his permanent medals. Last month, the latest aerospace fighter, Fenrir, was transported to the spaceport. Cyril will lead his team to train the new recruits from now. During the training, a massive tremor strikes the conference room, and alarms blare immediately. Administrator, report the situation. The channel goes silent after a brief static noise. Instead, a broadcast begins. Attention all spaceport staff. The flagship Miracle has departed. Navigators, take your positions. Attention all spaceport staff. The frigate Ambition has departed. Navigators, take your positions. The continuous announcements state that all 30 starships, including the flagship, are leaving the port. How is that possible? I never gave an order to start the engines. My control permissions have been revoked. Sheen tries to contact one of the subordinates still on the flagship, but a cold automated message tells him that he can't connect. Hello? Can you hear me? I am Sheen, a command officer from the Starship Fleet. Get the administrator to report the situation immediately. The administrator has already perished. He was at the docking port when the starship's cold fusion engine started. The worker paused. My condolences. I will now report the situation. Just now, the engines of 30 starships, including the flagship, suddenly started at the port. 320 staff members performing routine maintenance at the port died instantly. The reinforcement locks were severely damaged, and the gravitational field was imbalanced. We attempted to contact the personnel left on the starships, but received no response. Additionally, our communications with the ground are cut off. We've already sent someone to the ground headquarters to establish contact. Where are the starships headed? Eden 2. They are heading straight for Eden 2 and accelerating. Collision is expected in 10 minutes. The conference room falls silent. The commandants, who are most familiar with the starships, know that the spaceport's defensive firepower is not enough to stop the starships. I'll lead a team to intercept them. It won't be enough. Sheen already considered Cyril's flight squadron, but Fenrir is not designed. But Fenrir is not designed to fight starships at this size. Even if they depart now, by the time they're done preparing, the starships would have finished their acceleration phase, making it difficult for Fenrir to catch up. Is there any other way? Wait, the Ambition seems to have stopped accelerating. And so is the Starlight. Are you certain? Workers on the starships must be doing something. However, before he can inquire further, a noise from the terminal interrupts him. Stop it. This is our last chance. Steve. The glimmer of hope in his heart dies again. As more messages come in, more starships have stopped accelerating. Each short message is a final farewell. Make it stop. We'll leave the rest to you. We will not be the sinners of humanity. See you around. Finally, Sheen's terminal also begins ringing. He knows it will be a final message. There's no escape. I'm the last survivor, so don't hold back. No one will know of their battle, and no one can bid them farewell. Those on the starships are making the same choice, because they all share the same value. Those brave souls who are already gone did everything they could. Now it is their turn. Everyone, gather in the Central Hall. Central Hall of the spaceport. Almost everyone from the spaceport and the Starship Fleet command system is gathered here. Is ground communication still down? Still down. Both general and encrypted channels are being jammed by an unknown signal. I will try adjusting the frequencies to connect with them. Don't get your hopes up. What about the liaison officers we sent out? They will take about an hour. We don't have construct pilots, so we can't travel at extreme speeds. What's the status of the starships? They'll collide with Eden 2 in half an hour. The debris is enough to destroy the lunar base. The chain reaction will send meteors equivalent to 30% of the moon's mass crashing into Earth, destroying all our ground facilities. Even underground bunkers might not survive. We need more time. An obvious fact lies before them. The starships will crash into humanity's last stronghold before ground rescue arrives. Is this the only way? Yes. We will have to destroy the starships ourselves. But... While the temporary spaceport administrator looks surprised, commanders of the starships seem to have expected this. They are soldiers of the old era, and were already prepared for the worst when the starships first went rogue. Any uncontrollable weapon can only bring disaster, so the only option is to destroy it. But even if we want to destroy them, we don't have enough firepower. We don't need powerful weapons. The starship's engine uses fusion reactors. If we use enough explosives to disrupt the reactor, it'll turn into a hydrogen bomb. Even though these engines are running at low power, an explosion from inside will be enough to split the starship in half. But we can't get into the engine room. Isn't there another entrance? He points at the nozzle spewing out flames. You want to send explosives in from here, right? Yeah. The spaceport should have enough reserve, but how will you deal with the high temperatures? Missile casings can't withstand that. The spaceport's escape pods were designed for extreme environments. They can make it through. Wait, let me get this straight. Based on what you just said, that means we need someone to pilot escape pods loaded with explosives into the starship's nozzle. That's the gist of it. He speaks calmly, as if talking about another training session. But the engine is still running. If it isn't, we wouldn't be doing this. Fortunately, the bomb only takes a moment to detonate. So, who will go? This is a suicide mission. A moth to the flame. I'll lead the team. Soon, someone else volunteers for a one-way trip. In terms of flight expertise, we're the most qualified. Thank you for stepping up, but your future is still in the skies. We'll take this mission. Yet another person rises to the grim task. We've spent half our lives dealing with starships. No one knows them better than us. Others have already stepped forward. We can't hide behind you. You've all heard it. The decision has been made. They're right. We spent half our lives on starships. No one knows them better than us. If the starships are destroyed, our experience will also become useless. He looks at the colossal structures that have turned from defensive weapons into threats. But you're different. Even if the starships perish, humanity won't leave the skies. We need to leave hope and a future for the next generation. Not a bunch of old dudes giving orders. The future belongs to the young who are still getting stronger. Cyril, you are their protector. So, we will wait for you on the other side. He pats Cyril's shoulder and stands before his subordinates once more. Flagship Miracle Command Crew, step forward. They face death without fear, ready to send themselves and the Miracle off for the last time. Escort Ship Ambition, Command Crew, step forward. Their ambition is about to be extinguished, yet they are undaunted. Starlight. The stars they wished upon are about to fall, but they are not afraid. Voyager. Because they will always believe. The stars will rise again. Ambition will be reignited. Humanity will set sail once more. and their miracles will be engraved in the cosmos. 300 command crew members are about to light up the darkness before dawn with their lives. The pods, loaded with high explosives, gradually detach from the spaceports, and the indestructible Great Wall begins to crumble. Commandant, I've activated the EMP defense barrier as you instructed. The spaceport self-defense units are on standby to intercept debris falling toward Earth. Once it's safe, follow the subsequent plan to adjust your position and merge with Eden 2. Only the mass of that colony ship can help you recalibrate the gravitational fields. Roger that. And good luck. After communication in the headset ceases, only the monotonous noises in the cockpit remain. Is everything set? Yes. They will complete the mission. Who did you leave your final message to? My son. In the final moments of their lives, they talk about things they'd always kept in their hearts, but never had time to address. And you? I have nothing much to say, only that I'm going to join them. They always complained I didn't spend enough time with them. To apologize properly once I see them. They'll be proud of you. Who knows? They might even complain I get there too early. They're almost there. The massive starships are already in sight. In comparison, 300 escape pods look as small as moths. Honestly, I'm a bit scared. Why did you have to say it? It's all your fault my hands are starting to shake. And the 300 of us really complete this mission? My display shows the starship's defense array is still active. Stay focused. That's why we assign 10 people to each starship. Disperse immediately after entering the attack range to avoid being wiped out. We only need one person to get through. It sure feels lonely to have no backup support. You don't need to worry about the defenses. A raspy voice suddenly breaks into the communication channel. Cyril? It's not just him. Suddenly, dozens of green blips appear on the radar, indicating friendly units. Cyril, didn't I tell you to stay at the spaceport? Sheen, don't underestimate the determination and stubbornness of the young. You are always trying to protect them. But how did you know they can already shoulder responsibilities? No one can run from this battle. We all have a role to play. 1st Air Squadron Ivor reporting in. Islay Phase 3 trainee Kenley will intercept those defense drones. 3rd Carrier Battle Group Pilot Sophia. Please focus on your mission and leave the rest to us. 2nd Special Operations Brigade William. One report after another fills the communication channel, and for a moment, the lonely space is no longer silent. Since humans first discovered fire, we've continued our journey with wisdom and courage. 250,000 years ago, we conquered beasts and climbed to the top of the food chain. Thousands of years ago, we conquered the land and let civilization take root across the planet. In just 200 years, we conquered the sea and the sky. And now, those creations of ours want to stop our progress? As the chief instructor of Project Fenrir, my order is: open fire and cover the Suicide Squad with everything you've got. Let's show them with our guns and ammo who their true commanders are. Countless energy beams and live ammunition spew out from the fighter jets, marking the beginning of humanity's first space battle in the silent void. All units at full speed. Even moths have the courage to fly into the flames. Seize victory, even if it's a tragic one. Orbit Threat 2, the Nameless Soldier. Ugh. This is kind of heavy. I mean, what did I expect from this game? But I'm having a good time. I hope if you're watching, you're also having a good time. I'm good to keep going for now. So, International Space Station, orbital altitude 25,000 kilometers. This modification plan won't work. How many times do I have to say it? The ecological dome is essential. Are we to rely solely on the spaceport for all our organic resources? You kidding? This is equivalent to building a new Eden 1. There's no way we can meet the deadline. Cutting corners will ruin the entire project. What's the point, even if we meet the deadline? Can you get off the table first? Whose side are you on? The sound of fierce arguing seeps through the isolation door from the room behind Tall Guy. Tall Guy never imagined that the usually soft-spoken and gentle woman would let out such an angry roar. At this point, as long as it works, who cares about the quality? Thud. Ouch! It hurts. Are you even an engineer? With a muffled thump, it feels like the entire space station has begun to shake. Maybe it doesn't just feel like shaking. Another violent shake almost knocks Tall Guy off his feet. Ouch. I should be the one saying ouch. I told you not to stand on the table. Get off, now. Korolev, report the situation. No response. There's nothing but the blaring sound of alarms. Warning. The space station is experiencing an unidentified intrusion. All maintenance personnel, please, take your positions. Warning. The space station is experiencing an unidentified intrusion. All maintenance personnel, please, take your positions. Unidentified intrusion? At an altitude of 25,000 kilometers? The door won't open? What? Hearing voices inside, Tall Guy immediately presses his hands against the door crack. With a grating sound from the exoskeleton's hydraulic rods, the door slowly opens. 3 terrified faces appear in front of Tall Guy. Watch out! By the time Tall Guy notices the sound of the wind behind him, it is already too late. A tremendous force hits him, sending him crashing into the conference room wall. Tall Guy! The attacker reveals itself. It is a massive spherical machine towering over the 3 and eyeing its prey. Watch closely, kids. It raises its alloy claw, still dripping with red remnants, casting a shadow over the terrified trio. Next, I shall demonstrate the oldest hunting method. The 3 unarmed individuals closed their eyes in despair, but the pain never came. Oldest hunting method. Demonstration. The spherical machine stutters, repeating its previous words like a broken tape. A sturdy hand helps them up. An electromagnetic restraint device? Did you make this, Tall Guy? The device at Korolev's feet is emitting a strong current, preventing the machine from killing them. The tall figure nods. We need to get out of here. No, we need to leave the space station. The person already starts to flee in the panic as they finish their sentence. Why are you standing there? Run! He shouts in exasperation when he sees the remaining three are still frozen in a daze. Coming. Tall guy, are you okay? He doesn't answer, but pushes the two trembling individuals forward with his hand. Thank you for saving us earlier. The two researchers' legs finally gain strength as they hurriedly follow the manager ahead. As they turn around, Tall Guy quietly wipes away the blood seeping through his armor. Am I gonna play as Tall Guy now? Oh! Be careful, Tall Guy. We'll stay here. Is it like being distorted or something? Question mark. Space station security guard. Good luck, Tall Guy. Ah! Ah! Oh god. Ah! Oh, this is gonna be hard. Am I supposed to be able to do this even? Probably, right? Oh? It's a ranged part. It's intact. Ooh. Ah. Oh, I can change weapons. Ah! Oh no. Ah! I didn't know there was ammo! Ah! Tall Guy, are you okay? There's a fierce battle inside. Hang on, please. Ah! What if the Tall Guy is like making the same sounds as I am right now? But just like nobody can hear it because of his protective suit. Ah! Oh, okay. Come on. Ah! Come to think of it, can I just... No. Why is this still not over yet? Tall Guy? Tall Guy? Damn it, let me help him! Wanna die? Ah! Rude. Ah! Oh, is this the part where Tall Guy dies? Ah! Seems quiet now. Battle is over? But he's already infected, isn't he? Wait. Damn it, what are you doing? Wait. International Space Station, 10:15. Narrowly dodging Korolev's energy beam, Tall Guy feels his left arm go numb. The burnt smell of protein fills his nostrils, reminding him of the fire that took his voice and face. According to space station regulations, members are obliged to assist Korolev with demonstrations. To help the kids learn more, please cooperate. It raises its claw, intending to demonstrate the structure of the human body. Next, we will begin disassembling this model. The extinguisher clangs against the metal casing. What are you doing? Stay away from him! Korolev turns around with a hint of confusion in its massive eye. When visiting the space station, please follow the rules and regulations and listen to your guide. Korolev is okay with touching and graffiti. Theft and vandalism are prohibited and will be punished accordingly. Raises the fallen extinguisher, ready to throw it. Punishment will match the offense. The extinguisher explodes and white powder instantly obscures everyone's vision. Violation! Violation! The corrupted swings its claws wildly, leaving deep scratches everywhere. Damn it, I can't see anything. Ha! Found it. Korolev trivia. In a 21°C environment, 60% of the human body's heat is dissipated through radiation. So under thermal imaging, you can see clear as day. A claw pierces through the powder cloud, heading toward the researcher, but it freezes in midair. An electrified cable bound it tightly, with a tall soldier pressing his full weight on the other end. Now, Tall Guy is still... Can't you see? That cable was shot from his own weapon and needs to be maintained by him. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. Damn it, I still can't see anything. The green drone enters everyone's view. Is it guiding us? Wonderful. Let's go. We'll need an escape pod if we want to save Tall Guy. She grits her teeth and follows the drone and the two others. Damn it. The escape pods are ruined. There's a broadcast device here. Password. What's the password again? Get out of the way! Shivering Philip is pushed aside, and after the sound of keys being pressed, the broadcast device's indicator turns green. Base station calling for help. We're under attack. But neither the Starship fleet nor the spaceport responds. Space station calling for help. We're under attack. There is no reply. Please, anyone, please save us. When despair crushes reason, pleas for help turn into whimpers. The violent banging outside the safety door. Is that the countdown to our doom? Please. Please. For the first time, she feels the urge to pray to a god she never believed in. Please. Save. Entering private territory. Anyone who refuses to open the door will be severely punished. Tall Guy, like bait on a fishing line, Leaves bloodstains with each impact. Is there any other way? He was never a smart guy. If it were someone else, they'd have a better plan, right? What would the security chief, who always complained and talked about retirement, do? But he's already nailed to the wall, surrounded by the remains of dozens of corrupted. What about the colleague who always mocked him for not speaking? But a crushed head can't make a sound again. As he bleeds out, Tall Guy can feel his consciousness fading. Then, what about the researchers? What would those smart people do? Tall Guy, I'm reminding you. That button over there is the airlock. Never open it on your own. The vacuum outside creates a pressure difference. Never mind. I'll just tell you the results. You know Korolev, right? Even something that massive will get sucked into space if you press the button. Not to mention us. But sometimes it's the fastest way to deal with accumulated debris. So, Tall Guy. He suddenly knows what to do. Don't ever... With his sole remaining arm, he crawls to the airlock button. Press it. He presses the button hard. The immense pressure difference instantly sucks both him and Korolev into space. Although Korolev manages to grab a metal panel with its claw, it is barely holding on. At first, Tall Guy thought the void of space would be cold, but his boiling blood is making him feel warm. He feels as if he has returned to the day he first arrived at the space station. You're the new security guy? What's your name? He doesn't speak. Oh, I'm sorry. You're pretty tall. How about we call you Tall Guy? If you have objections, then it's settled. Let's have a meal together and get to know each other. You don't want to? Or do you prefer eating alone? He hesitates for a moment before taking off his helmet and revealing the scarred face from the fire. Come on, I won't scare anyone. No one will treat you differently for looking like this. Let's go. She waves her hand. Everyone is waiting for you. Sometimes, a small act of kindness and fair treatment is enough to brighten someone's day. In this disaster, kindness is the best reward. Congealed blood slowly covers his eyes, and his world falls into a warm darkness. I'm so glad to hear that. After ending communication with them, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. They promise to get here as quickly as possible, and most importantly, there will be a military construct, which means even Tall Guy can be saved. Oh, sweetie, no. Wait. Why did the crashing sound stop? A strange feeling arises, and everyone looks at the drone that has stopped moving on the floor. At some point, it has ceased to function, leaving only one final message. Oh. That final message was really good. Is how I assume you would say that. I don't know. I just kind of feel like that's what that face embodies, you know? Anyway, Orbit Threat 3, Operation Eden. More Watanabe time. Within Earth's troposphere, about 4,000 meters. Kilometers? It's fine. Wait, can I actually see it on the review? No, it doesn't show that part. The variable cycle engine roars under the combination of fuel and combustion agents. The transport craft breaks the sound barrier in a flash, leaving a conical sonic boom cloud in the air, climbing at a speed of 8 kilometers per second. Dad. The immense thrust brings over 10 Gs of pressure, but since his transformation into a construct, he no longer needs to rely on his chest contractions to breathe. Suddenly, a weird blip appears on the radar, diving toward him with astonishing energy. Non-friendly unit. Watanabe gently pushes the control stick to one side, only to find several more blips appearing on the radar one after another. What the heck are these? He doesn't slow down, but continuously adjusts his climbing posture to avoid the unknown targets. They soon meet, and he can finally see. It's a burning wreckage. Its temperature is rising to an unimaginable level while it is passing through the atmosphere, shedding molten fragments as it falls. Ambition? Watanabe can barely make out the engraved letters on the surface of the wreckage. Are these starship wreckages? Warning. High thermal reaction ahead. Please dodge. Warning. High thermal reaction ahead. Please dodge. With the alarm comes a dense array of blips on the radar, and the sky before him turns to the color of dusk at a visible speed. But this is not a scene worth admiring. It is the smoke and clouds of countless wreckages hurtling toward Earth through the atmosphere. Watanabe has to focus all his energy on maneuvering the transport craft to dodge the falling debris. Altitude 7,000 meters, speed 10 kilometers per second. He narrowly dodges a burning wreckage, which seems to be part of weapon mount. Altitude 50 kilometers, speed 12 kilometers per second. Like a nimble fish, he weaves through the burning reefs. Altitude 500 kilometers, speed 15 kilometers per second. At such high speeds, it is impossible to predict the route. Watanabe can only rely on his reflexes to avoid one wreckage after another. Altitude 5,000 kilometers, speed 20 kilometers per second. The transport craft reaches its theoretical speed limit. Though the heat shield is still functioning normally, the cabin temperature continues to rise. Altitude 8,000 kilometers, speed 20 kilometers per second. The moment the system indicates they have broken through the atmosphere, countless flames immediately catch his eye. The shattered wreckage is either flying off into deep space or are captured by Earth's gravity, turning into deadly fireballs. The spaceport is in ruins. Anti-aircraft cannons roar silently in the void, but still can't intercept all the debris. A starship is split in half by a violent explosion, forming a massive fireball at the explosion site. Its central core is the brightest. The outer shell looks a bit thin due to rapid expansion, and the magnetic field is twisting it into an elliptical shape, like a peeled egg. A green egg, several times brighter than the sun. The transport craft immediately activates its isolation shield to prevent the radiation from damaging the plane and its occupants. After the explosion, the surviving Fenrir fighters speed toward the last airship, the flagship Miracle. This is Watanabe of the Ground Force. Please identify yourselves. Watanabe quickly opens the all-channel communication, but under the intense radiation interference from the nuclear explosion, the channel is filled with meaningless static noises. Watanabe, does the ground already know our situation here? After a long while, a voice finally came through, although severely distorted by the interference. We learned during a mission that the space fleet might be subjected to malicious commands. Relevant information is currently being synchronized with headquarters. Malicious commands. So that's it. Only that could have done this. Friendly unit, please report your status. Starships went haywire. The Suicide Squad decided to stop the ships by self-detonation to prevent them from reaching Babylonia. Is Shin, the command officer, still alive? He's on the list too. I'm his lieutenant. The channel is filled again with static noise. Watanabe feels even that is fading away. Help. Space station. Under attack. More messages seem to be coming through the communication channel, but he has no time for it. Help. Space station. Under attack. Please. Help. Is someone calling for help? Go now. Command officer made these choices to save more lives. Now it's your turn to do more. Got it. The person is right. Even if his original goal was lost, there are still more things he could do. A close friend once told him not to mourn the dead with sadness and inertia, but to turn them into a force for moving forward. Since his father upheld his beliefs, it's now his turn to pass on the baton. This is Watanabe of the Ground Force, en route to the space station. Please report your situation. Safe travels. Watching the transport craft head toward the space station, Sheen cuts off the communication. Not planning to say goodbye? Cyril, who hasn't spoken the whole time, finally speaks. Even I would feel sad if I were going to say goodbye in this situation. He stares at the approaching flagship, almost able to feel the heat of the exhaust flames. If he knew I were still alive, he would regret not coming earlier. As a father, how could I let my child live with that regret? I already missed out on being there for him. Can't give him more regrets. He navigates the escape pod toward the death. I've said everything that needed to be said. Before being engulfed by the flames, a soul that has drifted in space for so long seems to have returned to ground due to the gravity. Lush green grass, full of life. Such a beautiful planet. It's so difficult to leave it behind. A sudden unease grips Watanabe's heart. He looks back at the newly formed green fireball. Gritting his teeth, he rushes toward the space station as fast as he can. To those who still need him. Yeah! Operation Eden! Eh? Was that it? Is this the space station? After passing through countless debris and almost reaching the space station, Watanabe finds it hard to believe what he's seeing. The once white hull is now covered in red growths and spherical structures eerily spread over the entire core module. As the transport craft approaches, these structures turn in unison, pointing the remaining white parts at him like curious eyes. Whatever those things are, it's clear the spaceship has been completely ruined, and it's no longer a human research outpost. In his peripheral vision, he sees the drifting, lightless remains in space. rescue the survivors now. He moves toward the location he received the communication. I've ducked. Open the hatch. All right, opening the hatch now. As the isolation door opens, 3 pale faces appear before Watanabe. Are there other survivors? The one who looks like the leader shakes his head. We didn't encounter any other survivors. I'm afraid we are the last living souls on the space station. Are you sure? I'm the head of the research department. My terminal tracks the life signals of all space station employees. He hands over his terminal, on which most of the portraits have turned gray. Turning gray means one of 2 things. Either they're out of reception range, or their brain activity has ceased. Upon hearing this, the woman leaning to the side hugs her drone tightly. Get on board. We need to leave here now. The space station is mutated. Nobody knows what's going to happen next. As the transport craft leaves the space station, Watanabe doesn't yet know that someday in the future, he'll be involved with this place again. In Main Story Chapter 9, Fallen Star. That happened so long ago. Where are we going? The manager asks for the sobbing Jada holding the drone and Philip comforting her. I'm just on temporary duty. Do you have a contingency plan? What's the situation at the spaceport? The Starship fleet went haywire. To destroy the rogue ships, they lost over 70% of their ships. His grip on the control stick tightens. Then, where can we go? The spaceport is gone. The starships are gone. The space station is gone. How many people are even still alive? He doesn't have the answer to her question. All 4 fell silent. Project Acadia transfer had completely collapsed under this mishap. After the heavy losses, what has humanity gained? In this lonely universe, there will no longer be grand spaceports and starships ready for battle. Humanity has taken its first step into the cosmos, only to quickly wither. And the efforts didn't even make a single ripple in this disaster. Head to Eden 2, even though it's just an empty shell now. Yeah. Watanabe changes direction and heads away from Earth. Then, a shooting star catches his eye. That's the escape pod, and the spaceport's modular cabin. And the model is from the space station. We're not the only survivors. Each shooting star represents lives saved. His individual efforts might not make much of an impact in this catastrophe, but those who sacrifice are never alone. Though the cost was immense, such sacrifices are never in vain. The stars are heading toward Eden, humanity's next hope. Inheriting the will of the fallen, the shooting stars will guard humanity's last stronghold. They are both the walls and the tombstones, silently recording the people's courage and dedication. Thus, Eden will no longer be an empty shell. Babylonia, the spark will be carried into the future. There wasn't even any gameplay. Let's check the time. Okay, it's 2:04. I'm not really tired yet. Maybe I can plan to end things around 3. Either way, right now, I think I'm going to be right back because I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, everybody, I'll be right back. See you soon. I didn't mean to hit that. It's just, I'm in a tight space. I'm in my makeshift recording studio. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, hi. I made it back. Okay. Hi again. Oh, sorry about that, but, you know, humans gotta piss. Anyway, let's get back to it. Okay. Death of the mediocre. This age doesn't need another mediocre politician, but I can still do something for you. Report the losses. After losing contact with the Space Forces, the command center immediately dispatched an aerospace squadron to investigate. But soon, falling debris forced them to alter their original plan. To clear a path between ground and sky, the military had to destroy the most infected defensive formations from previous operations. With air raid alarms sounding from all directions, they had to consolidate their limited aerial forces to intercept the debris, preventing further damage to ground facilities and civilians. Such losses are expected, but unavoidable. When the sky was covered in smoke and no more burning debris fell, the command center finally received warnings from Ballard's team and saw the liaison sent by the spaceport. Yes. As of now, the reported losses from the Space Forces are as follows. Space Station, 1,927 dead, 25 survivors. The station is fully occupied, with a 0.12% chance of reclaiming it. Starship Fleet, 35,782 dead, 965 missing, 1,729 survivors. All officers above the deputy command level are dead, with an 87% combat unit casualty rate and complete ship destruction. Spaceport Garrison, 1,792 dead, 298 missing, 23,597 survivors. The smallest loss, with remaining modular sections detached and docked with Eden II colony ship. Aerospace Squadron, 9,300 dead, 125 missing, over 80% personnel casualty rate, and over 97% aircraft loss rate. Additionally, losses from radiation and falling debris caused by the space nuclear explosion are still being assessed. Any other news? Gestalt's central core has been dismantled and is on the way. Have the tech department draft an isolation plan immediately. We must make sure this doesn't happen again. And the report from Reactor 1. 30 minutes ago, our 45 monitoring stations simultaneously detected a spike in punishing concentration in the area. Within 300 milliseconds, it rose to 20,000 times the original level, and we lost contact with Dominic and his team. Did they fail too? No. The command staff thinks they succeeded. Because in the following 30 minutes, there were no further increases in punishing concentration, and it's now spreading according to our diffusion model. Most importantly, no energy reactions were detected in the area after the burst. The command staff ruled out all other possibilities, so we can infer that Reactor 1 has been shut down. Commander, what should we do next? Although the chaos has subsided, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end, but merely the end of the beginning. With the loss of the spaceport, starships, and the International Space Station, Project Acadia transfer has completely failed. While soldiers and civilians mourn their lost comrades and loved ones, decision makers must step forward to carve a new future. First, establish quarantine zones and evacuate the masses based on the diffusion situation. Dispatch rescue teams. Determine the Geiger index in nuclear-affected areas, plan safe areas, conduct cleanup, and restart power facilities. Compile accurate casualty numbers and reorganize the surviving units. Go and finish these tasks first. Got it. After issuing the orders, Hans stands up and walks out of the command center. The nearby guard immediately follows him, but Hans waves him off. There's no security risk here. Leave me alone for a while. He slowly walks outside. Even this steadfast pine tree has bent slightly. Hans sits alone in the room. He hasn't been back here or slept for days while directing the operation. He had considered the worst-case scenario, but they still knew too little about the punishing. Unimaginable situations led to unbearable losses. He wants to keep thinking, but fatigue and guilt are dragging his mind to the edge of chaos. What should we do? He's a soldier, a commander, with duties and beliefs. But he is also a human with flesh and blood who is unable to ignore the bloodshed behind the numbers in the reports. Did he make a mistake? Keeps questioning himself after leaving the command room. Would different plans, or even just adjusting the sequence, have led to better outcomes? They have sworn to pave the way to victory for humanity with their flesh and blood. But that doesn't mean paving the path to victory with sacrifices is the right thing to do. What should he do next? How should he face the survivors? The weighty burdens press upon his shoulders, menacing to fracture this resolute pine tree. He opens the cabinet beside the desk, revealing a fully loaded pistol. He presses the gun against his chin. Meanwhile, an old friend shows up at Trillard's residence. I'm guessing you didn't drop by at a time like this just for a casual catch-up, am I right? He nudges the cup of steaming tea toward the other side and sits back on the couch. How should I address you, Kurono-san? That suits me just fine. The other person takes the cup, giving it a gentle swirl, causing the amber tea to ripple softly within the ceramic vessel. After over 30 years of knowing each other, can't you give me some better tea? The person's tone carries a playful demeanor, devoid of any sense of distance, as if talking to a familiar friend whom they frequently visit. Trillard wears a resigned expression, the subtle undertone of teasing complaint in his voice. Unlike you, the big-shot entrepreneur sweeping in cash, I only have my salary from the world government to rely on. It's been ages since you last visited me. Many things have happened, you know. The two cunning old foxes exchange knowing smiles. Since it's a long-awaited reunion, are you here to reminisce about the good old days? Let me guess. Is it Project Cathilla or Winter? You know about those? I knew he was a dick. Ugh. I knew it. I didn't trust him. The person lightly taps the handle of the teacup with a finger. Forget about that little business in the past. Not even worth mentioning anymore. Oh, so you really don't know? Want me to fill you in on some inside information? The person places the teacup on the coaster and falls silent. That's against the rules, isn't it? I don't want to end up in hot water, you know. Do you really care about all that? I'm a law-abiding taxpayer. If you say so. Trillard takes a sip of tea and then gently puts the cup down. Well, if there's nothing to catch up on, excuse me, but I've got a lot on my plate right now. Oh, really? Isn't the military taken over the world government's command since the outbreak of the punishing virus? You haven't made a public appearance in a while as the president of the world government, right? The seemingly casual words slither into Trillard's heart, much like a snake's tongue. It's a special time, after all. Signing documents is more than enough for me. My old bones can't handle the front lines anymore. The person sitting opposite lets out a chuckle. Of course. Signing documents is also a very important job. Just like fighting the punishing virus, maintaining government operations, and securing people's lives aren't a walk in the park. But you and I both know, the more ordinary the task, the more easily it gets overlooked. People tend to remember the changes you made, not the things you maintained. While they mourn the sacrifices of soldiers, how many actually remember those who toil for their daily necessities? Even though the latter is closely related to their lives. Among the seemingly ordinary words lay the most venomous and contemptuous provocation. Everyone has their role to play. For us, staying behind the scenes is the best outcome. Moreover, Hans is my friend. I placed all my trust in him. Oh, come on, my friend. Cut it out with the old jokes. The person speaks in a pretentious tone. People like us only trust ourselves and established facts. What if we're not the same? Is this your way of showing humor? Trillard offers no response. For us, words are just a curtain covering our true intentions. What we say never matters. It's our actions that truly reveal our hearts. If you truly didn't care, you wouldn't be so eagerly pushing for Project Eden or implementing the Hiring Act to secure your re-election. For that, we are all grateful. Does we refer to the Chrono Group, or... Before Trillard continues, the person interrupts him. The group and its friends, of course. Observing Trillard's silence, Kurono-san nods in satisfaction. You went all in on Project Eden. But unfortunately, it seems like you made the wrong bet. Like I said, people remember what you changed, not what you maintained. Medical reform, civilianizing Gestalt, universalizing education. You're wrong, my friend. They won't remember any of those. They'll only remember that the first president of the world government and the Science Council opened the gates of hell, unleashing the disaster known as the punishing virus. They might not have had the time to settle scores yet, but I'm guessing you've already suppressed quite a few impeachments against the Science Council, right? Even humanity's once shining beacon of hope can be engulfed by such foolish opinions. What chance do you stand? Trillard remains silent, not directly refuting the other. Expecting rationality from people in the face of a calamity is a luxury. Time will prove that we made the right choice. By then, you'll be history, and your reputation and status will have been long gone. But now, You have a chance. The person retrieves 2 craft envelopes from their pocket. This is... I know transport crafts are causing quite a headache for the world government. After all, the military's air force is nearly decimated after the failure of the Great Transfer. Everyone knows this planet is not safe anymore. The sky is the only refuge. You know quite a lot. Corono has many friends. So, I've brought you a little gift. He points at one of the envelopes. And a small proposal. He then points at the other envelope. Trillard opens the first envelope and discovers a transfer contract for the air transport service much needed by the world government. Where did you get so many transport crafts? It's not like we have to go to the front lines, all thanks to the world government's protection of civilian property. I also have the right to requisition them in the name of the world government. At a time like this? No. You're not gonna pour gasoline on the fire after such a major defeat. Things on the front lines are tough, and the rear isn't any better. You wouldn't want people to get the wrong idea, would you? Does the world government still have enough manpower to handle riots? He silently opens the other envelope, revealing a list of names. After a mere glance at the first page, he sets the list aside. That's too many positions you're asking for. My friend, I'm a businessman. Getting to the bottom line of a deal is second nature to me, so don't even bother with your negotiation tactics. Moreover, this isn't just a proposal. It's an invitation. An invitation. You know, there's this old saying, a smart bird picks its perch, and a wise minister picks their ruler. The era of the Science Council is over. But I don't believe the next era belongs to you. If you sign the contract, it will belong to us. Not just me, but us. You'll still be the big shot president dominating the world of politics, not some loser that everyone despises. The change in Trillard's expression doesn't escape Kurono-san's notice. Even if I were to agree, it's not possible to replace all these positions at once. The president's power has its limits. Everything will follow the rules, just like our previous collaborations. Hearing this, Trillard narrows his eyes. Your reach extends quite far. Further than you think. In the face of calamity, not everyone is as stubborn as Hans. With that said, he chuckles softly. He's like an unwavering pine tree, refusing to bend, even when all its leaves have fallen and its vitality has faded away. But most people are just like grass, swaying in whichever direction the wind blows. That's why we have quite a few potential allies on our side. So, which category do you fall into? I need a list of collaborators. Of course, but considering our past unpleasant experiences with broken promises, I would like you to make a globally televised speech as the president first. You are essentially asking me to make it a fait accompli? Is that French? What does that mean? I'm gonna look that up really quickly. A thing that has already happened or been decided before those affected hear about it, leaving them with no option but to accept it. Aha. Yeah, that would be what this is. Okay, let's keep moving. What matters isn't what's promised, but what's done, right? A profound silence blankets the space between the two. A list of names, a little bit of help, glides the two envelopes across the table, presenting his bargaining chips to Chillard. And your next re-election. Chillard ponders for a moment before crossing out two names on the list. I can't meddle with the military. Hans has too much influence there. Hirono-san frowns, waiting for him to continue. There's a press conference next month, and the appointment orders will be announced by then. All right. Those two aren't important anyway. Hirono-san signs his name on the transfer contract. Once the announcement is made, the transport crafts will be transferred to you directly. Also, welcome aboard, Chillard. The person rises to his feet, puts on his hat, and leaves the room. One month later. That was fun. Good. If you were watching, could you tell that I was kind of having fun playing Kurono there? I hate smug villains, but I feel like I could be good at playing them. I don't know if that was good, but it felt fun. I was having fun. So maybe. Anyway, 1 month later. A hard blow lands on Trillard's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Trillard? Oh, so he didn't. Okay, good. In the span of a mere month, Hans appears to have aged by decades. The following day, as people in the command room see Hans with his hair turned white overnight, their eyes fill with concern and worry. Nevertheless, he only calmly waves his hand, signaling everyone to proceed with their work. If those soldiers have become bargaining chips for the future, then he will willingly place himself as a wager too. He won't and can't dishonor the lives lost by succumbing to guilt and avoidance. He will use himself as a bargaining chip wisely, letting it serve its purpose and die with dignity. Clearly, finding an easy way out through suicide won't be a wise use of that. But he didn't expect someone to desert their ground already. What the hell is going on? When those counselors were thrown into prison on false charges, and when Trillard announced the new appointment at the press conference, Hans was consumed by an anger greater than ever. He never expected that Trillard would be the one to betray them first. Hans, we need those transport crafts. But you're overdrawing the future of the Parliament. You know the consequences once the world government falls into their hands. Trillard stays silent for a long time before finally speaking. Hans, our dream is already shattered. It's time to face reality. You son of a bitch! Trillard is punched once more, and the bodyguard standing aside can no longer hold himself back, intervening to stop Hans. Sir, If you persist with this course of action, you will be perceived as assaulting the president. Do you have anything else to say to me? Trillard remains silent. Let go. I can walk on my own. Hans turns to leave the room, with the door slammed shut behind him. At night, after giving his final instructions, Trillard dismisses the young men in front of him. He retrieves some tools and starts meticulously cleaning this room, where he has dedicated nearly 20 years of his life. He is being incredibly thorough, leaving no corner or shadow untouched. After sweeping away the dust from the floor, he proceeds to wipe the bookshelves. It's not until all the windows gleam with clarity that he finally sinks back into his chair, gently rubbing his aching back. After the cleaning, it shouldn't get dirty again for a while. As he gazes at the moonlight streaming through the window, for some inexplicable reason, the memory of raising a toast with Hans floods his mind. To tomorrow. To tomorrow. He never forgets the exhilaration of gazing at the stars. At that very moment, he realized that this was the cause he would dedicate his life to. He wants to lead humanity out of the solar system and continue writing their legend in the universe. He wants to leave a glorious mark on history instead of fading away into its annals of oblivion. He wants to explain to his best friend, to bid a dignified farewell. But he can't. For that seemingly casual promise has always been his guiding creed. I can assure you, though, that I'm not being entirely selfish here. I've always placed the world government above myself. The man accustomed to wielding lies as his weapon chooses to hide his true feelings even at the very end. This age doesn't need another mediocre politician. But I can still do something for you. He pours out the long-prepared red wine and raises a toast to the moon. To tomorrow. The red liquid in the glass is downed in one gulp. Is it poison? Following day, the control court received a comprehensive report outlining the president of the world government's crimes of corruption and bribery, accompanied by compelling evidence. When the members of the control court broke into Trillard's office, they found him already dead. The wine glass beside him tested positive for cyanide, consistent with the presumed cause of his death. Meanwhile, the evidence presented in the report was verified as authentic. Trillard was promptly expelled from the world government, and those whom he had wronged were soon released and reinstated to their rightful positions. The substantial assets under Trillard's name, of unknown origin, were all confiscated, including a significant number of transport crafts. If Trillard were still alive, the masterminds behind the scene would have countless ways to coerce himself into recanting and disclosing the identity of the anonymous report sender. But with his death, they could do nothing to a dead person despised by the whole world. That day, Hans locked himself in his office for a long time. That day, the purifying force sprang into action, and Ballard nearly crushed the terminal in his hand as he saw the long list of names. Move out! Time to root out the tumors of corruption! Trillard's scandal had ignited a worldwide uproar. However, just 3 days later, no one pays attention to the dead former president anymore. The Acadia evacuation is starting. Ugh. that was kind of interesting. Because at the beginning, they make us think that the one guy is going to kill himself. And the one who we think is too ambitious and prideful ends up actually being the one to do it. Interesting. All right. Turmoil. To prevent soldiers from becoming tools, and to defend the final glory. Hey, buddy, it's time for the shift change. God, I forgot about these guys. This was the little town where, in one of the previous chapters, the Commandant and Noctis discovered rumblings of perhaps mutiny in the Forsaken's ranks. And it's full of guys like this who they're not bad. They don't look great to my eyes, but they're not bad. You're late, you son of a bitch. I've been waiting forever. The other resident retrieves the liquor flask and takes a few swigs. Finally! I couldn't have a drink on duty and was dying for it. Damn it, don't go drinking it in front of me. Making me crave it like crazy. Wanna have a sip? The flask is handed over and the man inhales deeply, savoring the aroma of the liquor within. Nah, forget about it. He reluctantly pushes the flask away and even steps back, as if fearing he'd regret his decision in the next second. The mayor said no drinking on duty. I don't want to land myself in trouble. Dude, who knows when his son will show up for inspection? What's the big deal? If you get caught, it's just a few days of no drinking. You can tough it out. The flask is handed over again. Hey, come on. Join me for a drink. It's no fun doing it all alone. The person offering the drink will get punished too. The flask is pushed back to its owner's hand. You know, I reckon we should stick to the mayor's rules. It's not that I'm scared or anything. I just don't get it. This place was just a shabby old bar. What's there worth keeping an eye on? Not even scavengers come around here. Forget it. Let's just do the job. As long as we get paid. Who cares if the mayor's hiding gold in there or something? Besides, this ain't the only spot with beefed up guards. He raises his chin toward the distant cliff. They also put more guards at that entrance. Seems like they ain't just defending against those heater creatures. Shouldn't it be hetero creatures? Yeah, right. Smartasses in Babylonia sure got a knack for giving things names that are a mouthful to say. I reckon they're probably keeping an eye out for them Forsakens too, eh? What accent am I giving this character even? After they went and turned the whole darn town upside down a few months back. Weren't for the mayor stepping in, them bastards would have dragged a few folks down with them. He spits on the ground in annoyance and takes another swig. Well, ain't that a fine example of the non-interference deal or whatever? Just look at what happened. Mayor was boiling mad back then. I thought he'd start vaporizing right then and there. You even know about this vaporizing word? I did go to school for a little while, even though I only graduated from primary school. Then help me read this, will ya? The man takes out a newspaper and directs his companion's attention to the headline at the top of the page. Man, you didn't even make it through preschool, eh? Let me see. Death belongs not to the Forsaken, honoring our most trusted leader, Watanabe. Shit! He snatches the newspaper, accidentally spilling some of his drink onto the ground, yet paying no mind to the mishap as he reads intently. Hey, not the drink. Why are you getting all riled up? It's just someone kicking the bucket, ain't nothing unusual these days. Where did you get this? The wind blew it over. What's got you all riled up? The wind blew that thing right into my face. And stick to your duty. I'll report this to the mayor. He hastily tucks the newspaper into his coat, dashes off to the other end of the town as fast as he can. Hey, tell me what it says after my shift ends. While he shouts after his departing companion, he fails to notice the door behind him, discreetly opening ajar. Watanabe places the bouquet in his hand at the foot of a tombstone. Father, Mother, I've come to see you. A new tombstone has been erected next to the old one. In the same location, at the same time of day. Only the person here to mourn looks completely different from before. More than one new gravestone now populates the area. On the adjacent hill, low gravestones span across nearly every inch of land. Following the catastrophic defeat, the world government took an extensive period to account for all the casualties incurred. Despite the mounting pressing issues at hand, the world government still held a grand memorial ceremony to honor and remember those who were lost. The challenges we face should not become reasons for us to forget their sacrifice. Hans, now with a crown of white hair, uttered these words in his televised speech. But Watanabe has also noticed many changes taking place. The supermarket shelves are no longer abundantly filled, many items quickly vanishing as soon as they are restocked. People have shifted their attention away from art to news and prices. Pedestrians are now a rare sight on the streets, and those who do venture out are only seen rushing in a hurry. The original Acadia transfer had been renamed the Acadia Evacuation. Watanabe, you came too. Ballard, too, has changed a lot. The shadows between his brows have deepened. And... Oh! Hi! Hi, Raiders. Hi, Kieran. Hi, Ryugen. Hi, Kiro. How are you guys? I hope you... Kieran, you were just playing Astrobot, right? I watched Kiro play a bit of that, and it looked very cute and fun. So I hope you were having a fun time, too. Astrobot very, very successful. Good to know. Wonderful. Well, hello, Raiders. My name is Luke Aurora. I'm fairly new to streaming. So I'm, I don't know, still learning the ropes, I guess. But I hope that you'll have fun hanging out with me for a little bit. Although, if you're tired after being in Kieran's stream, it's always totally okay if you need to go take a rest. But thank you for coming. Right now, I'm playing Punishing Grey Raven, post-apocalyptic sci-fi game, and going through the new story update called Aeon Reforged. And let me tell you, it's pretty bleak. A lot of this chapter has been kind of flashbacks. Well, I guess for context. The setting of this game is long, long time in the future. And basically, an apocalypse has been happening because of the arrival of a mysterious virus called the Punishing Virus. It's extremely corrosive to human flesh, and also it corrupts machinery and artificial intelligence. And so a lot of this chapter has been flashbacks to the time when the virus first broke out. And it's pretty bleak. It's, believe it or not, an apocalypse-causing virus outbreak is not the most fun thing. There's not a lot of levity here. So I guess I'll also just say that if you're not here for that right now, that's totally okay. I understand. Some people are not in the mood for something kind of bleak and sad. Although there are moments of hope. But that's another reason. If you need to leave, totally okay. Also, I'll say another little thank you to Kieran, not only for raiding, but for sending me some resources that helped me tinker with my sound a little bit more. I don't think I have it done perfectly yet. And I'm also in a different space than I normally am right now. Mostly just so I'm in my little makeshift recording studio, mostly just so that I'm not too loud. I don't want to wake up my parents because I'm reading along with the story. Yeah. But yes, Kieran was very helpful and taught me about some things that I did not know about with OBS, so I'm very, very grateful. Well, yeah, just once again, thanks everybody for coming. And feel free to come along with me for a little bit of post-apocalyptic pain. Happy! Yeah! Very happy. Very, very happy. Doesn't this music just sound like so pleasant? Okay. Ballard, too, has changed a lot. The shadows between his brows have deepened, and an unintentional aura of menace surrounds him, making it feel more difficult to approach him than before. Maybe I should summarize what's happened in the chapter up until now. That's probably a good idea. So, like I said, most of this is like flashbacks to when the virus broke out. But I think it's like, so the character on the left here, Watanabe, he's the character who got a new frame this patch. So he's kind of the focus character of this chapter. I think, well, so the chapter actually started with his funeral, and with the guy on the right, Ballard, you know, giving a eulogy at his funeral. I don't think Watanabe is dead. I think all of these flashbacks are like a coma dream that he's having. It's wild. Well, I mean, it's not that wild. It's not like super trippy or anything. There are just some like moments where it seems as though his present self is kind of intruding a bit. Also, I guess I should probably mention that both of these guys are constructs, which are like humans who have basically been turned into robots. There's a lot of transhumanist anxiety in that I don't have time to unpack right now. But it's there. It's there. Ship of Theseus and all that. Anyway. There was just a large-scale military operation. And it went pretty badly. It went really, really badly. They lost, like, I think they said like 80 or 90% of their space forces. So bad. He gently places the white flowers he held in front of the 2 gravestones. But unlike before, he refrains from uttering more words. Oh, also they're visiting the graves of Watanabe's parents. Because his mom's been dead for like the whole chapter, but his dad just died in the aforementioned military event that went very poorly. He was one of like 300 soldiers who like basically went on a suicide mission to prevent this big ship that had gone haywire because of the virus from crashing into the moon, and then the moon fragments from becoming giant meteors that hit Earth. It would have been bad. It was bad, but it would have been worse, is what I mean. I heard you were assigned to the Air Force? Yes. And they designed a special aerial combat frame for me. You indeed have a talent for that. He nods, but still doesn't turn to look at Watanabe. I kept trying to convince Sheen to transfer you to the previous aerospace squadron before. But he always insisted on not interfering with your choices. He might have looked young. But he was surely as rigid as those old fossils. Father said the same thing about someone as well. Oh, who was it? You. He said that you're the kind of person who doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Once you make up your mind, you'll disregard everything else. No one can sway your opinion. Ballard finally shifts his gaze from the gravestones and turns to look at Watanabe. Did he really say that? Watanabe nods. He had quite the knack for seeing people through. The shared topic dissolves the subtle estrangement between the two, and as a result, Ballard's brows relax ever so slightly. After changing your frame, didn't they correct the color of your eye? Can't make the same mistake twice, can't they? I asked them to keep it. I'm used to it. And I kind of like it this way. With this eye that doesn't belong to me, I can see the world for them. Though it's not perfect, it's not all bad. Don't dwell too much on the past. There's only so much one can hold on to. Of course, I won't stop moving forward because of it. They're never a burden to begin with, but my motivation to keep going. I heard you're also in charge of transporting Gestalt's central core this time. I'm not the only one. You even knew about that? This mission involves more than just the Air Force. The Purifying Force will also take action. Could it be? Thinking of the recent rumors about the Purifying Force, Watanabe frowns. Don't overthink it. Leave those despicable opportunists to us. But I've also heard that sometimes the Purifying Force's methods tend to be a bit extreme. Desperate times call for desperate measures. There's no need to hold back against those guys anyway. That central core will be sent to Eden too, right? It's now called Babylonia. Ballard, do you think we're doing the right thing? What do you mean? We both have witnessed Gestalt's riot, and know the direct cause of the current situation. Yet those in power chose to hide it. Even after they conducted months-long inspections and implemented quarantine measures, they still decided to rely on this flawed thing. I understand that they're probably out of options. Babylonia's operations need Gestalt support. But aren't they exposing themselves to the risk of repeating the same mistake? Silence lingers between them for a long time before Ballard finally speaks. I meant to let you figure it out on your own, but now that you're asking... He lets out a soft sigh. Watanabe, you can't save everyone as a soldier. The true arbiters of fate affecting the majority are often the leaders who make decisions. Unlike soldiers, those who assume such positions are bound to shoulder the lives of their followers. So they must use everything they can, unite everyone they can, and defeat everything they must. As for whether it's right or wrong, how can we, who are in the midst of it, pass judgment? Everything can only be left to history and the future. For now, it all comes down to our stance. Hi there! Welcome! Thanks for coming. Things are sad right now. If you wish to save beyond what lies before your eyes, then it is time to begin thinking more. Feel more and think more about what else you can do and influence. But there's only one thing for sure, whether as a soldier or a leader. When we fight for those who can't speak for themselves, we are strong. He wants to say something, but the storm of thoughts swirls within him, hindering him from articulating any coherent words. I need to go meet the team. In the end, he can only find an excuse to leave. All right, get going. I still have a few old friends to visit. Ballard looks up at the tombstones on the nearby hill. Quite an unconventional meeting location that you picked. It's pretty reasonable for two soldiers to have a small talk when they meet at the cemetery, isn't it? When did you learn to pull this kind of trick? Just get to the point. Hans is dying. The blunt statement leaves Cyril dumbfounded. What did you just say? He was secretly sent to the hospital last night. Hasn't returned to his post yet this morning. His lieutenant is in command now, and many have already started speculating about his whereabouts. Would it be... Ballard shakes his head. Hans isn't someone they can deal with that way. Given to whether his position as the military commander or his personal prestige. If they still want to get rid of him through assassination, it won't be easy to cover it up with just some small fry taking the blame. There's only one reason for this situation. He's too old and too tired. Since the failure of the Great Transfer, he's been under unimaginable pressure. During the planning of the Acadia evacuation, every decision has been tormenting his conscience, but he can't question it or allow guilt to consume him. Moreover, he also has to deal with those trying to take advantage of the situation in the meantime. Trillard's sacrifice brought about a brief period of peace, but the deteriorating situation is causing more people to lean toward their side. It's a vicious cycle with no end. Perhaps things can only change in a new environment. You must have noticed the change within the world government as well. Cyril responds with a nod. If Hans doesn't make it this time, well, even if he does, the demands for his replacement will only grow louder. Are you thinking about placing your bet early? Ballard doesn't answer, seemingly still hesitating. Bells? No, he's too emotional. Smith? Too young to command respect. Then, Nicola? This time, Ballard doesn't offer a response immediately. After a long pause, he shakes his head. It's still too early. Looks like we have to go with our safety precautions ahead of time. Are you sure about that? Yes. Ballard looks up, his eyes devoid of any lingering hesitation. To prevent soldiers from becoming tools, and to defend the final glory, we need to start gathering our forces. Are you saying they are gathering their forces? Within the dimly lit basement, a doctor donning a white coat is reading a crumpled newspaper under the feeble light. Honoring our most... Nonsense! Jada, don't go tearing it up. It wasn't easy for me to get these back, you know. Jada? Oh my god! She doesn't look very good. That's me. I shouldn't have said that. That's a little mean. I mean, who would look good in these circumstances? I'm not your aunt. I can't call you that. Can't believe I become grumpier as I get older. The woman, who looks no longer young, sighs softly. If only Philip were still around. He was way ahead of me when it comes to treating constructs. What a shame. Jada turns to look at the person lying quietly in the center of the equipment. Despite the physical injuries being treated, his consciousness remains in a dormant state. I've been saved twice now, counting what went down in the pool at Forest Park. I can't even get the guy to wake up. It's not your fault, Jada. I heard you used to be just a designer. What you've done so far is already impressive. Which researcher from the post-pandemic age isn't a jack of all trades? I'm probably the worst of them. No wonder I ended up getting abandoned, says Jada in frustration. Well... The red-haired soldier finds himself at a loss, not knowing what to say. So he decisively seeks help from the other person present. Commandant, say something too! Sitting on the makeshift bed, you put down the newspaper. Let me connect with him one more time. Can you still handle it? Jada extends her arm to point to your nose, indicating her concern. Don't worry about me. You wipe away the blood from your previous long, deep mind connection. Your fingers seem thin and delicate. We're racing against time. Hey! So I was right. It is his coma dream. I know things. All right. Let me... Okay. I'm gonna quickly check, like, what...
Sorry. You must be exhausted because I'm not good enough to share the burden.
Shh, it's fine, Liv. It's fine. I'm gonna check quickly. Okay, I'm 51% of the way through. And it's been about 7 hours now. Yeah, I knew it would be long. I knew it. So I do think I'm gonna call it here. But thank you so much, everybody who came along. God, this music feels interesting after everything I just read. Not exactly the most fitting music. Let me enter this again so that I get the... Yeah. This more emotional thing. Yeah. Way more in the vibes. Uh-huh. So, I think that'll be all for tonight. Since I didn't finish the chapter, which I didn't expect. I'll probably stream again tomorrow night, starting at around the same time. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. I think it looks very cute too. The art was by Nebo Keru, so you should totally look them up. And if you like the art. So I'll say thanks again to Kieran for raiding, and also thanks to everybody else for coming along. I feel a little bad for ending only like half an hour after the raid began, but it's late. So I hope that you still had a fun time with me, and I mean, I'll be back tomorrow, so if you want to see more, feel free to come back. But of course, you know, do what you want. I'm not very good at ending these yet. I feel like I never know what to say. But yeah, so thanks everybody for coming. I hope you had fun. I had fun. So if you also had fun, then we had fun together. Yeah! And I'll be back again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let me see if anybody's still streaming this late. No. No one I follow anyway. One at a time, take it easy. Rest well. Oh, thank you, Ryugen. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so yes. Just one last time, thanks to everybody for coming, and I hope you had a good time, and also, thanks for the kind words. Wait, I'm just realizing. Earlier, Kieran said Astrobot very, very stressful. I've read it as very, very successful, and then said, oh, that's good. At least we can laugh about this, right? I'm laughing about it. Yeah, I totally misread that. Stressful, not as fun as successful. Hopefully not too stressful. But anyway, good night, everybody, and I'll see you again sometime. Maybe tomorrow, maybe some other time. It doesn't matter. I hope that I'll see you again. Goodbye, and good night. Oh, and I hope everybody had a happy Halloween. Okay, bye.